Well, welcome everyone here to the SPL Phase 1 Playoffs, day number 2, as we're coming into it, the semifinals. My name is Gormizer, and joining me on this side of the screen is none other than the man, the myth, the legend. It's Herwind here from E United. And Herwind, I mean, it was a very exciting day yesterday, and I think it only goes up from there now that we get Sanguine and SSG into the mix. I mean, you've played these guys, you've seen these teams all Phase 1. It's gonna be a really, really big day.
Yeah, no, for sure. Today is going to be a really big day. I'm curious to see, it's interesting that Radiance it was picked by Sanguine as well. I think it was kind of a good choice. I think it's going to be a really interesting match. Both these teams have been playing really well in this, like Radiance in this tournament and Sanguine online, so it should be interesting.
Yeah, the interesting thing for me is, you're looking at this, and that was the case. The quarterfinals were played yesterday to, well, a 3-1, a 3-0 there for Ghost Gaming. Sanguine, as you mentioned, get to choose their opponent. They chose Radiance, and these two matches, if you were hanging out last week for Week 10, well, we saw these in best of 3-4. Both of these actually happened just a little under a week ago for them. And so I kind of want to know, if you're in this position, I mean, how much stress is there choosing your opponent versus being told who you're going up against, especially when you have to choose the caliber of SPL? Like, is there someone that you would rather face in this kind of instance?
Yeah, I think honestly, you almost always know in this situation who you'd probably want to play. Like, you've played against these teams now twice each in 2 different sets. And I feel like you should have a good grip on who you're going to play better against. And you can kind of have a little bit extra time to prep against that team too. So I don't really think there's a lot of stress in the decision. I think that it honestly kind of puts them in a really favorable position here.
Well, hey, we'll have to see what they're going to be able to bring out today. And we actually got to talk to a lot of the pros this week about, Sanguine, about these teams coming forward. So let's go ahead and hear what they were thinking.
I think Sanguine's greatest strength is just their team play. I feel like they're also consistently on the same page with everything they do, whether it's in the draft or just how they play the map or how they play the late game.
If they get to late game, their team fighting is basically unbeatable in my opinion.
They're all on the same page and they're all dedicated to a win no matter what that looks like.
But they always seem to do they do well enough, and then they get to that mid-late game where their team fights are really strong. They've been the team that's been together for the longest, so they know each other really well, and I think that shows in their gameplay when you watch it.
I think there's just synergy is there and everything like that, and you can tell really obviously that when they fight as 5, it's definitely something you have to be in account for every single thing that they're doing, because it's all going to be perfectly timed and everything.
Everyone on that team has played really well off split, but I would say Shinto is kind of the player that has had more consistent performances with not making mistakes and not really costing them any games.
Obviously they're all really, really sick players. They all do really, really well in their respective roles, and obviously you have Shinto just slamming people late game, Netrioid soloing people, but if you watch the way they play, the reason why Shinto gets so much farm the person who makes the team work is Panatum for sure.
I don't think Rongu gets enough credit with the amount of work he does for that team.
He's just had it consistently every single game. He's been popping off. He can play the Horus, he can play the Jingchen, he can play the Ganesh, the Khepri. So there's no way you can have a ban out Rongu. And every single game, he's not taking farm from his team, but he's still making a massive impact. And other teams have all said that as well. They don't understand how he makes such a big impact with such little farm. I think he might be the best player in the league.
Where you can beat Sanguine is definitely by pressuring them early and forcing them to play on the back foot. A lot of teams don't really exploit it too well, but I feel like they're not super proactive in the early game compared to a lot of other teams.
I still don't think they recognize opportunities to the extent that more veteran experienced teams do. I think there's been situations in the SPL this year where maybe they had the opportunity to end or make a certain call that I don't think they recognized was possible.
The style they play like where their Phantom's not getting farm, he's going to gank you. I think when teams kind of wisen up to that, it's not going to be as effective. And I think you can get really exposed just kind of stacking one player with all your farm. So I think it's kind of their greatest strength, but at the same time, I think when teams learn how to play around it better, it could definitely be a weakness as well.
Sometimes they like play. I mean, they have been like very, very consistent on playing really, really good. But sometimes they have like the misplays where it, like drops them a little bit lower. But I think they'll finish either first or they'll finish in third, in my opinion.
Sanguine are coming in as the #1 seed, so I can easily see them making finals. They're definitely playing really good right now. All their players are playing extremely well. They've been super consistent, so I could see them in the finals for sure.
I think Sanguine will definitely be in the finals, but I'm not sure they're going to be out SSG. I think they'll come in second, but I think finals are going to be a run over by SSG, in my opinion.
I think they're kind of same as Space Station. I think that well, I shouldn't say they're the same as Space Station. I think Space Station's got an edge just because I think they're more consistent. But I think Sanguine's, in my opinion, up there in the top 3 as well. I think they'll be, if they won, like if them or Space Station won, I wouldn't be overly surprised, to be honest. So I'd say they're a top 3 team right now for sure.
We're gonna win, for sure.
Well, confidence looks good on Sanguine, at least it does today as they come forward. And it's pretty easy to get people to say, well, nice things when you come in as the #1 seed. I would argue the underdog coming into this year that has been very solid. And today, they're going to be going up against Radiance. But hey, before we get too far and dive too deep into the matchup that we are going to be watching, remember that you can tweet at us at any time at SmitePro using the hashtag SPL. And well, you could be featured on the stream here. And this one was, well, just a beautiful, beautiful drawing of my dogs. The first picture I think I took of them together after we adopted Lala, the one on the right there, that was made beautifully. And I recommend that you follow her. She also drew, if you remember a few weeks back, that drawing of Dave that I think I used to promote a chair. I can't remember. Either way, it was really solid. But remember, at SmitePro, hashtag SPL, and you're going to be able to have it. Wow, we had that on cue. That was fast to be able to pull that one up. Just as fast as we're going to be able to turn around and talk about, well, Radiance here, which is, you know, the team Sanguine are going to be taking on here, Heroine. It was an interesting day 1 for them. The first game was a little maybe more back and forth between them and the Knights, but games 2, game 3, and game 4, I felt like we saw a Radiance that we haven't gotten to see in Phase 1. What was the big difference?
I think the big difference is that we're at a tournament. I mean, that's the only big difference that I can tell. I think that Aurora really stepped up the other day. I think Cyclone really stepped up the other day in ways that we haven't seen so far yet this season. I think out of the players on that team, they're the ones who've made the biggest step up in this tournament. I don't know if it is because of the tournament or because of who they're playing or what, but it's safe to say they've kind of come to this tournament a bit more prepared than they have been in the regular season, and that's exciting to see.
It's always nice to, yeah, not only have them maybe step up, but showcase how talented they were yesterday, to the point where a lot of the conversation, you know, that we heard around Sanguine was support-focused or jungle-focused. There was Panatom, there was Wrong, you mentioned a lot in that video, and I feel like the same thing can really be said for Radiance here. I mean, Aurora and adapting are such an essential part of what they bring, whether it's in picks and bans and in game. How do you see that matchup going up, either for Sanguine or for Radiance in the jungle? Is adapting just going to have so much more control than Panatom?
I think it's going to be really interesting because I think they're really different players. I think adapting probably plays the way he does better than anybody, and I think he's probably one of the only players left playing that way. He's just a more reserved and more calculated player. He plays more like mid-late game stuff. I think Panatom is more there to enable his team. So I really do think it just kind of depends on how the picks and bans go here and how these teams decide that they've wanted to strategize against one another.
Yeah, a lot weighing in on the draft, and like you said, the strategy that comes through. And I was actually lucky enough earlier today to be able to sit down with Yarkor and talk to him about, Sanguine's feelings. Obviously, we got a little bit there at the end of their video, but just to see what they were thinking as they get ready for this matchup. I'm here with Yarkor from Sanguine, and you guys are going to be going up against Radiance today. But, before we dive too deep into that, I actually want to roll it back. I mean, you're coming in as the first seed overall. You're on a 5-set win streak. I just want to know how that feels for Sanguine.
I mean, it's actually feel amazing because I was like thinking about, and I was the guy that did like the first interview too. So like one of the first question was, what do you think it's Sanguine gonna like do this phase or this split of SPL? I think that the answer was that I think we're gonna do good. And look, I think that we actually do good.
Yeah. Well, hey, you did. And so I think things have turned out pretty well. And coming in as the first seed, you got something maybe a little special, something coveted for a lot of us, because this didn't work the way that a normal bracket would work. After the quarterfinals, you get to choose who you go up against. So you chose Radiance out of the two teams that were left. How do you decide a team like that with everyone being so close in the league?
It's a hard choice. It was a hard choice for us because I mean it was either Radiance or Ghost, so it was like two like big decisions to make. But our last game, or I mean our last match in SPL was against Radiance, so we really like just keep that like rivalry maybe going and
Yeah.
see how it's gonna go in the semifinals with them.
Well, yeah, I mean, exactly what you just said, right? It was a 2-1, then you literally just got to play them, so we get a rematch in that. Now, though, things are shifting up a little bit. It's going to be a best-of-5, winner-take-all kind of deal where you go to go forward to the finals. So how do you think today's set's going to go? 3-1, 3-0? What are you feeling?
I think it's gonna be a 3-1 for us.
A 3-1 for you.
Yeah, I think that
I'm
is
excited.
yeah, that is gonna be like the score, and gonna be like pretty good matches, I think too. So
Pretty good matches. I think everyone expects that. I know I'm expecting that out of the two caliber of teams that we have going for it. But thank you so much, man, for taking some time out of your day to talk to me. Good luck in your games, and again, thank you for your time.
thank you.
They're feeling confident over there in the Sanguine side of things, and rightly so. Again, I had mentioned it there in the interview, but a 5-set win streak, Heroin, coming into it, so obviously feeling good off of that, but their last match was there up against Radiance. And I want to know, when you're changing, I guess, your mindset for the playoffs, you're coming into a best-of-5, what kind of things are you changing from Week 10? Would you keep stuff in the pocket? Do you have pocket picks if you're Sanguine, or did you already show full force and you're just kind of playing the same game?
It kind of depends on the team, but I would assume that most teams come into a tournament with at least a little bit of, different strategy. Like we see adapting going to the Daji, which I think is like a really good example of like a smart pick that someone may have been hanging on to that's good into the meta picks right now. And I expect Sanguine to be somewhat similar. They've been kind of players that have been kind of picking from a tier list. It's been working for them, but I'm excited to see if they come out with something a bit more interesting here for this tournament too. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
That's the fun part, I think, of playoffs, is seeing maybe what Radiance maybe kept hidden from us yesterday, even though they were pushed 4 games there by the Knights. More importantly, seeing what Sanguine are going to be able to bring out today. It's going to be a fun one for them, trying to fight and keep on to this first seed here as we get into picks and bans for game number 1. And Sanguine, being the top seed, having this first pick, it's just, where a lot of conversation comes, and this is something I'd love to be able to, dive in with you, because there's so many gods in the game that are ban-worthy. Camazot's one of the most banned gods in the league. I mean, how do you play around with this first pick to get something is going to be really potent?
Yeah, so how I like to see first pick is if you're going first pick, you generally want to isolate a value pick that you can get while giving them none, if that's possible. And that totally depends who you're playing against. It totally depends on how your team operates and wants to pick as well. But if you can get one really value pick while stopping them from getting any, that's how ideally you want to play first pick, in my opinion.
Well, so far they're deciding to get rid of Camazot's, Jormungandr, King Arthur there on the other side. And there's a lot of conversation, and I think, very originally because she was banned, and this is something that I think is perfect to have you on, when Morgan became available, it was something that I thought was going to maybe blow up a little bit, and then she hasn't really been able to showcase. Neither of these teams really scream to me like a Morgan kind of team, but when you have that available to you, is she worth banning? Is she worth picking up? Is that something that can change the game?
Morgan's definitely a pick that you need to prove that you can play, I think. And if the second that you prove that you can play it and the other team doesn't really have a good response for it, that's a character that will often get kind of insta-banned for the rest of a set. So I think if any player is going to play it in this set, it might be Shinto. I've seen him play it a little bit before, but he needs to prove that he can play it before it becomes a question of banning.
Well, they're going to end up the bans Yamoja, Heimdall, Thor taken away there from adapting. Yamoja, I mean, that screams wrong you night and day, so it's not surprising to come through. But this Nike pick, she's been very interesting because in any other team, I think, other than Sanguine, I'd be locking it in and I'd ask you about her going into the jungle. But she's been going into the solo for them here, more than likely going up now maybe against this Amaterasu. How do you like, I guess, what Nike brings to the game?
Nike's interesting. She just kind of came out of nowhere recently, and I'm not exactly sure why that is, but she is extremely difficult to kill. She's definitely like a giant frontliner, and we have seen Sanguine kind of lean towards that character in solo lane recently. I'm surprised they first pick it, but
hey, maybe it's that flexibility that comes through, like the, hey, you don't know if it's going to be solo lane, right? But we maybe kind of know for them. It doesn't feel like a Panatom pick, but it's going to be the Amaterasu and the Rom on the other side locked in here. And when it comes down to it, like Rom, you know, he got some buffs and that just kind of jumped to in priority for the carries coming through. What can he bring that, you know, others are missing?
Yeah, I mean, Rom, you can just do a lot with the ultimate with Rom. I think some players, like you'll see Cyclone, generally he likes to just like get up in the air and like fire it off as the fight's starting, put his team on the front foot right away. It can be used as a defensive tool as well. It kind of just depends on who's piloting it. I like to see Cyclone pick it up. I know it's a pick that he really likes, and I'm excited to see what he can do with it. It's just an exciting character to watch as well.
The same respond here with the Jingwei and the Khepri. And one of the things that we get to talk about, and I think this will be more fun to talk to you about because you get to experience very often, is how frustrating it can be when that Scarab's Blessing, the Khepri res, comes up. Because it's just, you spend all of this investment to burn someone down, and he just denies you the ability to do so. How do you play around it? How do you deal with that, especially when someone like Sanguine's bringing it?
I think it's just Khepri all can really shut down some kind of team comps and some playstyles as well. Some teams like to isolate certain players and the team fights early on and kind of snowball the fight from there. Khepri kind of shuts that down generally. And a lot of the execute characters aren't necessarily in favor right now, so people aren't afraid to pick at top 3 like this.
You can scoop it up and never worry about a Thanatos unless it's, I guess, Sam for Soccer who has been bringing it a little more recently. But you had mentioned, you know, trying to maybe take control away specifically from Shinto. We were talking about Morrigan then, but hey, well, when they're in the top 2 or top 5, I should say, picked overall in the league, kind of makes sense for Merlin to be on that list. Raijin comes to my mind. Daji's going to be banned away on the other side, but it's actually the Hell. And I'm kind of wondering, at least in your eyes, you know, Raijin has been a very big conversation. Merlin's been very big. Hell doesn't feel like, you know, the highest priority. Why ban her here?
You know, it's just a character that I think a lot of people are afraid of playing against. Sanguine have kind of shown that they're not going to always top 3 pick it, which I think has allowed the draft to be a bit easier on other teams, because I think a lot of teams would just be banning it if they were playing it. It's just a really volatile character that some teams play right now. And if you just make one mistake at the wrong time, the character can just let the game get out of hand. I'm really surprised, by the way. I want to say Shinto is not top 3'd here. That's interesting to me. I haven't seen that in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, he feels like high priority. I mean, like I've said this for weeks and weeks and weeks because it's just been true for weeks and weeks and weeks, but he's literally been leading this year in terms of kills for the league, so he's been high priority for them, at least in that aspect. And the Radiance going to be able to pick up Big Man Ting's this Raijin, but it's the Poseidon on the other side. And I feel like we get to see a little bit of him here and there, just kind of sprinkled in for flavor. But like, what is it that makes Poseidon something that you can pick and bring into the game here, but you know, you even prioritize him over the likes of like the Raijin and the Merlin?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. I think that he probably likes the cripple into the Terra here with their comp as well. I just think Poseidon is just a strong character right now. He's really mobile. He's got a lot. He's got 3 abilities for farming, so he just does a really good job of getting ahead, especially in mid lane the way the map is farmed right now. So he's still just a strong pick. You know, maybe they were planning on picking him the whole time here. That might be why they waited for him.
Well, they're going to be able to have them now, and it's going to be the Hunbats, the Susanoo, the last two junglers that are coming through. And if you're just looking at this, if you had to choose one of these teams to be able to kind of take an advantage, who are you looking at being able to win game number 1?
I think Radiance has a better team comp here, if I'm being honest, if they execute it properly.
And when it comes down to it, I mean, like, Hunbats has a lot of team engage, Terra, a lot of team fight. Is this something that is going to maybe kind of take a little bit of time to ramp up here for Radiance, or are they going to start, like, the minute they hit level 5, they're in the fight?
Yeah, they're characters that all succeed really hard as soon as they get their ultimates. So yeah, I would say level 5, this team comes online.
Well, Sanguine are going to have to be very careful about what they're playing around. Their early game hasn't necessarily been the best. We'll have to see what they can do with it here as we jump down to game number 1 with Finch and Aggro.
Thanks, Score. Always great to get to hear from you, and Herwin on the desk, giving us a little bit of that extra insight as we do indeed move into Game 1 between Sanguine and Radiance. And just as Gore said, I'm joined here by Aggro. And Aggro, this is a huge set. I mean, Sanguine basically called Radiance out. They picked them over Ghost for this set, and they wait to pick this Poseidon for Shinto in the middle lane. Are you on board here? How do you feel about what Sanguine have equipped themselves with coming into this important game?
Yeah, I think that their strategy is super interesting. I love Herwin pointing out that Shinto doesn't get his god top 3 because that's a very consistent strategy for Sanguine. It's a top 3 one of Shinto's gods. But I agree with his assessment. I think that Sanguine, knowing that Radiance is likely to go Terra because Radiance has been going these team fight compositions, we're planning on the Poseidon the whole time. So Shinto on this Poseidon, this is a comfort pick for him going way back in the day into the minor league. But it's a little bit of a different look for him. I'm excited to see what he can do on it.
Well, look at adapting. He is in a different spot on the map, looking to invade the red buff very early. They got pressure on Shinto. You saw how low HP he was. So adapting moved into the jungle right away. Is this an adjustment by them to try and put him behind early, or what do you make of adapting's early start here?
We've seen this a little bit. I think PK did this in game 1 up against Radiance yesterday, and then it was kind of the opposite as the set went on. But if you can get mid pressure level 2, and Raijin's really good at this, you hit level 2 off of clearing the full minion wave, and then a lot of times, you know, you'll get your dash and then just walk back towards your own red or towards your own minis. But if you have a huge wave advantage already, and the enemy mid doesn't really respect you enough, you could just put a point in something like Raiju, a little bit more of an aggressive ability, and then use it on the enemy mid laner, auto them down, it slows them. That's what pokes Shinto so much. And because Shinto was a little bit later on the clear, which is expected for Susanoo versus Hunbats, with Hunbats' clears being so much better, it kind of opens that avenue for adapting to come in and invade that red. And it's really no opportunity cost for adapting either. He can walk over. If you don't end up getting mid pressure, you just go to your own red, and it's no harm, no foul. But in the case like that, where Big Man does get pressure in mid, it opens up an easy invade.
Well, the mid lane's certainly a big point to keep an eye on, but what's a big headline for me here, Aggro, is this long lane. Cyclone Spin looked great yesterday, and I thought he'd really been struggling this phase in particular, so seeing him step up is huge. Aurora might be considering stepping up with the purple buff already secured by Sanguine. Do you expect for that momentum to keep going for them here, or do you agree that's sort of a big place to be looking here for Radiance, is how Cyclone Spin and Aurora play?
No doubt. I think that both of their side lanes in the second half of the year really, really struggled. I think that initially it was Aurora and Cyclone that got a lot of the flack, and deservingly so. They were losing games out of duo really consistently. And then the meta kind of shifted out of this hard 2v2 dual lane pressure for no other reason in my mind that people remembered how to play 2v2 a little bit better and weren't getting blown out of the water quite as much. And then Benji, I think, really started struggling. He was not playing around ganks particularly well, dying a whole lot to them. And so seeing both of the side lanes really look revitalized yesterday was a huge boon for Radiance, and it allowed adapting to really showcase that he's still got the stuff to hard carry games all by himself.
Still in the jungle. Could potentially get caught out, but they don't quite lock him down. Adapting still, though, on this mission to try and take down this order side jungle here from Sanguine as often as he possibly can. Thought he was in some trouble there, but able to avoid it. But Panatom, maybe he could be the one that gets active early, blinking in, and he wants Cyclone Spin. Great stun, though, from Aurora, but that is the last of his mana. He trades his own life to guarantee Cyclone Spin survives, but Panatom gets first blood for Sanguine.
Aurora does whatever his support should do in that instance, dies for his hunter and saves his hunter's life in the meantime, because that was looking like a double kill for Sanguine right there if that stun didn't come through with that nice Terra wall from Aurora. But that's the worry, man. I mean, this duo lane does not usually get pressure. We saw this exact 2v2 get really dominated up against PK yesterday. The Terra Rom has very, it's kind of like it's a conflicting pairing in some ways, because Rom is really good wave 1 because he has all his astral arrows and will continue to be better. It's kind of like every other wave. Rom gets better because he's stacked up enough arrows by then. But Terra level 1 is horrendously bad because she can't dash through her walls and set herself up for kills. And that really lent itself to getting pushed under tower a whole lot yesterday. But as Herwin kind of alluded to, if you can get to level 4, level 5 with this duo lane, you're going to be in a pretty good spot. And Jingwei Khepri just doesn't really have the push to really punish you early enough. But Sanguine have good wave management. They pull Cyclone and Aurora really far down the lane.
Netroid patient with his beads, but he has paid a lot of HP for the privilege. Cyclone Spin closes the gap, has the ultimate available, but they're reliant on this Scarab's Blessing here from Wrongview. So Cyclone Spin does go ahead and proc it. Can't find the third shot on him when he revives, so Netroid survives, but Radiance clearly playing with pressure, and I don't think Sanguine are looking to step down.
And that's the difference between having your ultimates for Rom Terra and not having your ultimates. It really changes the game a lot more, I think, than Jingwei Khepri does. Though obviously the Khepri ultimate's impactful there. It's not kill pressure impact. It's the ability to play a little bit more aggressively and then not get punished for it. So I like the idea from Sanguine. You want to play up if Radiance isn't going to respect you. But now Radiance has kind of earned their space.
Adapting has to use Fear No Evil defensively as he's under pressure. In comes Benji trying to use the Dazzling Offensive, but it's Yarkor keeping up the chase, and he's able to lock down the Monkey. That's the second kill now for Sanguine. At Kraken from Shito maybe didn't do quite as much as he would have liked, but the Sanguine boys still out of there all the same, able to regroup underneath the Tier 2 tower, but not defend their blue.
Looked like Adapting just didn't expect Wrongview to be where he was, ended up taking way too much damage off of that Abduct in. No beads for Adapting, as you would expect in the early game for Hunbats. You really rely on that blink to get your engages off. So that's just a good pick by Sanguine, but at the end of the day, Radiant's probably not too upset with how that went. Panatom doesn't get the second kill. It goes over to Yarkor, so that gives Yarkor a little bit more of a lead, but I think I'd rather have the Nike be slightly further ahead of the Ama than have the Susano start to really snowball. And you look at the farm level right now for Adapting, he's pretty far ahead of Panatom because Panatom's been on the defensive a whole lot so far this game. So overall, even though Adapting ends up dying there, I think that invade attempt was successful for Radiance.
I think so too, and this is a strategy that's usually something I feel like we see from Sanguine. They don't mind Panatom falling a bit behind, because usually Shinto is able to create some distance between his mid lane opponent, but Tings is right there even with Shinto, as Benji could be victim to a gank. He's been pulled back in, but still has that Dazzling Offensive, so not under that much trouble, dashes out, and everything is A-OK. But as I mentioned here in this case, Shinto hasn't found that same traditional lead that he has, so I don't know if their normal strat really panning out for Sanguine here this time.
That's a perfect example, though. That's a great timing by you, Finch, because that exact play is one that not many teams would make. Panatom's kill potential on the right-hand side, minimal. But I don't think that Benji was probably expecting him there. And why is he there at that point? It's because red buff is coming up, and they want Shinto to solo farm that. Wrongview sits in mid, watches Shinto, but doesn't get close enough to share. Panatom's having a low percentage gank attempt on the right-hand side, and it's all in the name of getting Shinto these leads. So when people go, oh, where does he get these sorts of things? It's plays like that. And when Panatom actually ends up getting those low percentage kills, that's how Sanguine steamrolls you, because they're getting everything they want at the same time. They're getting pressure for Shinto, they're getting him farm, and they're surprising you with weird positioning and weird gank attempts. But Benji does a good job there, understanding his job is just survive on that gank attempt, not try and turn it because he didn't have a whole lot of help coming. And this is how you set Panatom behind. This happens fairly often for Sanguine, but they find a way to win anyways. This is the type of character in Susano that, yeah, you'd like to be ahead, but his late game's so nuts that whenever he gets there, eventually, he's going to be able to make plays happen regardless.
That's right. I think that Sanguine don't get quite enough credit for, I think, the way that they play around how these first few minutes of the game go. Because a lot of the time, Sanguine's early game looks like this, where they can be playing it relatively slow. I know it's 2-0 in the kill count, but if you think about the kind of map pressure, really, Radiance is the team that has that here so far. And I think Sanguine are kind of okay with that for the most part, and they put themselves in situations like this Khepri support, like the Jingwei for Netroid, like the Susano you mentioned, where even if they do maybe don't pan out quite the way they want to in the early, they've got a really nice sort of fallback plan that's maturing for them here in the late game. And I think that Sanguine think that way when they're drafting, as the action has already kicked off. Wrong you low, but has already used Scarab's Blessing. So not much kill potential unless Cyclone Spin hits all 3 shots.
Perfect accuracy by Cyclone. This is a pick on Rom that he has looked incredibly impressive on basically since day one he's picked it up. I don't know that there's a free Gold Fury, though, for Radiance here, Finch. Yarkor's not here, which is sketchy.
They stacked up a bit, but they get right past the Kraken. Benji gets the kill on the Panatom. They end up losing Shinto as well, and Benji, not just on zone duty, but even had kill potential, gives up the chase onto Netroid. Instead, the rest of Radiance will grab the Gold Fury. What a big swing for Radiance here around this big objective.
This is perfect for Radiance because we were just talking about how Sanguine loves to build in these contingency plans into their draft. They love to go late. But Radiance's draft, I think, is just better late game. They just have so much team fight presence. I mean, what are you looking at come late game that's strictly better than your opposition if you're Sanguine? Maybe Susano is strictly better than Hunbats, but Hunbats 1v1s other assassins really, really well. If Panatom gets Magi's, maybe he insta-wins that fight, but I don't love his odds there. I think that everywhere else, it's very clearly stronger for Radiance. Maybe you could make the argument you like Jingwei late game a little bit more than Rom, but again, that's not really
by a lot, right?
Yeah, exactly. You're talking marginally, if you even feel that way. So Radiance has the better teamfight composition come late game because they just have more AoE control. They've got a ton of CC that's a lot easier to execute on, by the way. It's Ama ult instead of something like a Khepri pull. You know, that's going to be a little bit harder to really execute once these 5-on-5s happen. And Radiance now has a slight lead, and a lot of it is onto Tings and onto Adapting. And those two really, really pushed their leads very, very well up against PK yesterday. And that was what impressed me the most, I think, about Radiance's performance.
It's another red buff invade attempt, but Aurora gets grabbed early. The Kraken ensures that Netroid gets the kill. Panatom in trouble up against Adapting, but Cyclone Spin ends up shooting him early. That procs the revive, so Netroid's out of there. Sanguine, they don't lose the buff, but they get the kill onto Aurora and maybe do enough where they can hold on.
Yeah, that's exactly what you have to do, but you can already see Poseidon's whole job early game. Poseidon is an interesting character because I think a lot of people expect him to be the Burst Mage. I mean, he's got Burst Mage Ultimate, right? So why wouldn't he be that? But I feel very strongly that he is really a control mage come mid to late game. That's his job. The only time he's really there to one-shot people is the early game with Kraken on the support. That's your job, is to Kraken supports off of CC and get ahead off of them, and then you get to the point where you're out-trading enemy mid laners. But that hasn't happened this game because Aurora's on Terra, a notoriously hard support to kill, and Aurora's really done a good job of being the initiator and not allowing himself to be initiated on. That's the first time we've really seen an Abduct go straight into a Kraken, and it barely killed Aurora. We're already kind of at the stopping point where that strategy really works effectively. The next time all that happens, it's not going to work, especially if Shinto's going for the Toxic Blade build, which he is. This build really limits your damage potential because it's a 0 power item in your third slot. It gives you a ton of mobility, it gives you a good amount of utility because you've got CDR and movement speed and attack speed and a little bit of anti-heal, and a little bit of damage because of the flat pen, but at the end of the day, it's still a 0 power item. And you feel that, I think, when you go for this build. So that strategy of let's crack an Aurora every time is going to start failing basically now because Aurora's going for likely a Void Stone in that slot. Shinto's not getting a whole lot of damage with this item. And now you go, well, what's our game plan if we're Sanguine? What is, if we could draw out a team fight, how does our flowchart really look at this point? I don't really see a really clear path, whereas Radiance is easy. It's overlap all of our CC and all of our AoE control and just steamroll a team fight if they group up.
Red buff invade again. Sanguine defend this time, but adapting right into the Fear No Evil. Shinto quick with the beads, but I think Radiance already got what they wanted. They made Shinto a little bit more vulnerable for this next time around, and they can certainly look to capitalize on it. You talked about how Radiance have been putting Sanguine in these spots where their game plan's not really working. You can really tell that this game is in control of Radiance and the fights are happening on their terms.
And that's exactly where I think Kenneth in particular, adapting, is at his best, because Hurwind alluded to it on the desk. Adapting is the style of player that if the initial fight doesn't go very well, he's out of there, and he's going to find farm. And that allows him to then carry the game later on. That's the style of God he likes to pick, a style of play he likes to have. And he's won 2 world championships and is the most successful player of all time. So I'm not really arguing with the man about that. But when he gets these leads, he's not I wouldn't call adapting a passive player all the time. I think he's a little bit passive when it comes to even team fights, but he's very willing to push his leads when he has them, and that's an easy way to just get him in kind of engaged and on the flow, especially on Hun Bats, which is really a god that's going to be engaging for you the vast majority of the time. The difference, I think, when adapting is able to get these leads and push them is pretty night and day for when he's looking for his flank opportunities on a fight that might not be his favorite.
Primal Fury now pulled by Radiance, and I don't even think there's going to be a fight. Sanguine aren't anywhere nearby for this objective. The game's still relatively close. This is Sanguine having no idea. I mean, I feel like they'd be able to defend in this spot.
No, they had ward coverage, they had oracles, they know, but they just didn't have a full grouping. And with Shinto not having purification beads, he really can't afford to walk in at all to that fight. So I like this call quite a bit. Just don't contest that. Let's give up our next red, even because Radiance has been all over that so far this game, and let's just go for Pyromancer, get a little bit of global golden experience for the team. You have to play patiently while Shinto's speeds are down. He just can't fight at all.
But this is where Sanguine, it doesn't feel right to say it, but this is kind of Sanguine's comfort zone. This is how they were able to manufacture a lot of their early game wins. I think the area that is a bit different for them is kind of how you highlighted earlier, right? Which is, how are these late game team fights going to go when they all start grouping as Radiance force down the tier 1 tower in the middle lane? A whole lot of things have to go wrong for Radiance to lose a fight. You're telling me Dazzling Offensive, Fear No Evil, Taiko Drums, and Terra Ultimate all don't find their value. It doesn't seem like a high percentage late game team fight for them.
Agreed. I think that's going to be problematic for them, because Khepri in particular, I like the Khepri Poseidon pairing quite a bit, because Khepri in the early game is there as a tank killer. He sets up tanks really well, because Abduct is a long duration CC that isn't affected by DR, so you really like using your root at a long range, making sure you can get in range for your Abduct, and then abducting and letting your carries kill the tank early game. But that requires your carries to be close enough to the tank that they could both be hit by Fear No Evil, Dazzling Offensive, Taiko Drums, and Earth and Fury all at the same time. So that's not really conducive to winning. If you're getting hit by a whole lot of those things, then your Abducts aren't going to really matter, and you're losing really the only form of engage you have. I feel like Sanguine is just low on engage, and Radiance has it in spades.
Well, this is the exact sort of power spike that I think teams can struggle to capitalize on, so Radiance start to get aggressive. They force Sanguine in around this FG by controlling the vision, dewarding on the actual pit, and they're starting it up yet again. Sanguine are nearby. Shinto has the beads available this time, so the relic should all be available, but still, it feels like Radiance hold all the cards. Aurora blinks into the backline, starts the ult. Kraken comes out early, but doesn't find any kills, and a big Fear No Evil from Adapting pushes everyone back into Radiance's waiting clutches. Benji gets the first kill, and in the ensuing 5v4, Radiance start to position right back around the FG.
Blinking from Yarkor just a little bit late, was trying to catch Benji before he could back, because teleport being up for Benji means he's right back and ready to go in this team fight. I actually think Sanguine played that fight pretty well, all things considered, because Radiance played it very patiently. They waited perfectly. It was Aurora initiation into Benji, into Adapting, and Sanguine did not get grouped too much to insta-die, but this is the problem. You've got sustain for Radiance.
And Radiance take the Fire Giant. Sanguine at that point had disengaged too much. There was no way they can contest. Netroid, with a good amount of self-peel, might have actually saved his life there. Yarkor being that additional bodyguard. But this is the thing. So far, all Radiance has done is not lose as much as possible, but they have been losing, and Radiance every step of the way are increasing that lead. Eventually, Sanguine have got to find a spot where they can make a stand.
Exactly. It's Sanguine's in a spot where they have to continue to play to not lose right now, and that's not an easy way to win a game because you're kind of counting on Radiance to overstep at some point, and with the way that their composition scales, I just really don't see that happening, and that's why this build for Shinto in the mid lane, again, it makes sense if everything's going according to plan. If you're ahead for Shinto, which he almost always is, in fact he is ahead still in experience, which is telling, as it always is. It feels like whenever a team is as far behind as Sanguine is, and yet their mid lane star is still ahead in farm, it's just you're not able to leverage it as well because you're not as far ahead as you would have liked to be. This Toxic Blade build from ahead is really good because you get to every fight, you get to reposition in every fight and be exactly where you want to be, and your base damage makes it so you don't feel the lack of power from this build. But in situations like this, where you've got a level 19 Ama gunning you down in every team fight, she's allowed to build things like Frostbound Hammer, which is what Benji's gone for here, because he knows that he doesn't really have to respect your damage that much. Soul Reaver's going to help for Shinto, but still feel like it's kind of a hard hill to climb with where Sanguine is right now. I just don't know that they really have the tools to come back against this composition from Radiance.
Radiance are up about 4,000 gold right now, but with 3 tier 2 towers still up on the map, that could double in instant if Sanguine aren't careful, and that could be exactly what's happening with Yarkor, but he makes his way through there, able to wiggle back towards the rest of the base, but Radiance still ready to try and keep up the pressure. In first is Aurora. He gets abducted. Kraken is there, but it's not enough for the kill. Panatom cleans up the work, and Adapting uses the ultimate just to isolate Yarkor. It works, and Big Man Tings gets the kill, but can Sanguine capitalize on this sudden 4v4? They're missing Yarkor, and it looks like they're ready to give up the tier 2 on the back of it.
No chance that they can defend this, but overall pretty good to end up taking out Aurora because he's the reason why that last Fire Giant happened. It's a little bit of sustain, and it can slow down what Radiance has, but Radiance still probably okay with how that engagement went. Think they would like to stretch this Fire Giant lead up to around 10k if possible, and they're getting pretty close. But if they can back, reset, and then get another tier 2 tower, I think they're going to be in a great spot. And they should, in my mind, group up and start another fight as soon as possible, because look at the carry relic situation for Sanguine on the other side. No relics at all for Shinto, no beads for Netrioid. Those are easy kills kind of waiting for Radiance at this point.
Right, it might have looked like that fight went pretty even, but that's only because it didn't continue, so to speak, right? If Radiance are able to get back in there on the other side of those relic cooldown timers before they're back up, then if you think of it as a continuation from that fight, you could see how Radiance really did kind of come out pretty far ahead in that one. The tier 2 tower in mid, though, a foregone conclusion. Radiance grabbed that one pretty easily and add even more to the gold. Still not quite at that 10,000 mark that you mentioned, but pretty darn close at this point. If Sanguine defend this next FG, we're only a minute away from it, it's going to be a real uphill battle for him.
And now I think Radiance has also got an idea of how Sanguine wants to play these fights. They're looking to pick Aurora whenever he blinks in. Look at the cursed Ankh pickup by Rongyu. With the way that Aurora's playing, that's really not hitting. These Earthen Furies are only hitting red jerseys. They're only hitting Sanguine members. And so this Cursed Ankh is really just effectively an AoE Sunder for Aurora. And Aurora is kind of leaning into it, to be honest. He's going for this Spear of Desolation that he's picked up.
He likes to do this.
he loves this damage, man, and it's because he doesn't care if he dies. If he hits a 5-man Earthen Fury with a Spear of Desolation and Cyclone Spin snipes one of the backliners, I'm pretty sure that's enough damage to kill them. Like, it is that much damage coming from Earthen Fury. And here's the other thing about Terra Ultimate is that you can't Aegis it. You only take the stones off whenever you get hit by damage. So when you Aegis, you can't take any damage, so you can't stop it from hitting you. Your Aegis will wear off, they'll hit you again, and that big burst damage will come through. So there's really not a whole lot you can do besides not get hit forehead, which is obviously not the easiest thing in the world.
Well, Benji teleports over to the tier 2, but they don't let him. An abduct comes out. Maybe a bit of a mistake. The dash gets blocked as well, so Aurora has to step in. Fear No Evil keeps Netroid out from the fight, but look at all the damage Panatom takes. Adapting gobbles up the Jingwei. Panatom does get revived, but what's he supposed to do now? He looks for Tings, but Tings has all the relics available. Adapting gets the double. Rongyu is in the dirt, and suddenly disaster for Sanguine.
Yeah, it looks bad for Radiance because Benji kind of gets caught in an awkward position. But I wonder if that's just better for Sanguine if they just let Benji teleport, because Shinto was rotating. He wasn't pushing that tier 2.
Sure.
So why do you want Benji there in any essence? And you're kind of just pulling your whole team into an area where Aurora gets to blink ult your whole squad again. Look at how much damage Aurora's done this game, man. I mean, he's nearly at the top of his team. He's 3rd overall. He's done more than Panatom and Shinto this game. And this is where the style for Aurora, I think, by fans often gets criticized. He looks like he's trolling or doing something weird. When it works like this, how do you do anything against it? When he's going to play this well and his team is going to play this well around him, and he's picking smarter fights to take, it's really, really hard to stop. That Terra ultimate, it's so big, it hits everyone and does so much damage already. When he's ahead like this and can build this way and not get punished, feels pretty tough to beat.
But I think Radiance are showing some of what can work up against Sanguine, disrupting the idea of trying to get Shinto up ahead. As you mentioned, Shinto not finding extra camps on the map or something like that. It's this farm is being given to him on purpose, but Radiance upset that from the beginning with all these red buff invades by stifling out Panatom when you look for some of these off-the-wall ganks and putting Sanguine behind kind of by their own design. Sanguine are going to have to show us they can either make this strat work, or that they've got a second one to fall back on, because Radiance, at least so far in Game 1, have answered it pretty thoroughly.
Yeah, I just don't feel like Sanguine is really in a position now where they're able to take any fights that aren't outright mistakes from Radiance, especially with the builds. Again, I think Shinto is really itemizing as if he were ahead in this game. It's a pipe dream to think that he's going to be able to auto-attack anyone 3 times to stack up this demonic grip, let alone the same target 3 times, and then be able to put damage in after the fact that he's stripped away their procs. I just don't see it.
Well, Aurora blinks in right away. He gets abducted, so Adapting moves in for the Fear No Evil. Rongyu down below half as Benji steps in to look for the low health bars. Meanwhile, Yarkor has done good work to keep multiple members out, but he can only buy so much time. Cyclone Spin clips the wings. Benji does end up falling, so it's a 4v4, and the left side Phoenix still stands, but Radiance have a ton of gas in the tank. They step forward once more and are ready to burn down the left Phoenix.
And Aurora is just healing his team for so much because he has all this power. It's not just on that ultimate that it really matters, but you get more healing whenever you've got power. It scales, so you're loving your odds if you're taking even fights or fights like that where Radiance is coming out pretty clearly ahead but not enough to kill people. You're going to be able to sustain easily between Fire Giant and the sustain from the Terra. I just think that Sanguine has to draft a composition that's going to be able to either snowball games early, which is not Sanguine's strength, which is why I think this is a tough matchup for Sanguine, in that they're going up against the other team that's really in the tournament that really wants to wait until late game to go up against you. And that's why I think their selection is really interesting to me, because Ghost was their other option, right? And Ghost, I think, is the exact opposite, in that they want to punch you in the mouth early. And this tells me that Sanguine really thinks that they haven't necessarily shored up the strength or their weakness, which is at times their early game. Though I think they have, but they still feel like their team fighting is just outright better than most other teams come late game. And I think that mechanically and communication-wise it is, but you've got to draft into that. I think that they kind of drafted this weird middle ground, maybe a little bit too worried about what Radiance was doing with their compositions. I think that Sanguine is still in a spot where they can make adjustments from here, but if you're going to give Radiance a comp that does this every game, I think they're going to really struggle this set.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's as simple as you know, maybe making sure Shinto does get top picked, right? One of those mid mages, something that can be a bit more of this hard carry, because the way that he's built this utility Poseidon to try and blow up Benji or Aurora, whichever frontliner they can lock down long enough for him to hit 4. I mean, it hadn't really panned out here, and it put him into a position where he got relatively bullied. I mean, remember again, Adapting took that very first spawn of the red, I believe, around the 1 minute mark or so. I mean, that was early on in the game, so Shinto never really got to get on his normal track this time.
Yeah, if we had a graph of the first 10 red buff 10's probably a little bit too much, but the first 5 red buff respawns, I think Sanguine got 1 or 2. That's really important in the early game to set him behind. And look, Shinto found his farm elsewhere anyways, right? He was ahead in XP for quite some time. It's not like he was completely neutralized, but it set Rongu a little bit further behind. It set Radiance ahead. This composition isn't just lock them down for Shinto, it's Rongu plucks into Shinto's damage. So when Rongu's behind, it makes your job as a frontliner a lot easier. You don't have to be as worried because you know your backliners are going to kill Rongu before they can kill you.
Good dash in, gets the Magai's cloak out. Aurora gets gobbled up just as we said, but does it come at a hefty cost? Panatom still being dogged in the back line. Typhoon allows him to clear some space, moves in, and finds Adapting. Nedroid gets a double, but Adapting has finally taken care of Panatom, but a 2-for-1 has suddenly materialized here for Sanguine. They need to stay calm, though, in this moment where they have a small advantage. Look at their Titan. It's still being hit by minions. Sanguine have a lot to try and make sure they're keeping track of besides just this team fight, as Benji takes even more damage and Tings finds the kill.
Love what Benji's doing. Just don't ever stop going in. Shinto gets sniffed out by Cyclone and Big Man, and with Netroid having to go back, that's going to open up this Fire Giant with ease. And that's really how the fight has to go for Sanguine. Aurora has to be too far forward and put himself in a position where he gets his damage off. Sure, as long as Aurora presses 4, that's really all that matters in these team fights, but still a little bit more difficult if the whole team isn't going to be there to follow up after the fact. But Netrioid's kind of on a different page. You saw him airstrike away before that fight was really over with. It looked like Rongu wanted to keep on going. Rongu was in his 2 animation whenever Panatom got crit, and so he didn't get a Scarab's Blessing that he was really counting on. That could have been a lot better for Sanguine, but just ended up with a couple miscommunications, I think, in the middle of that skirmish that really cost them an opportunity to maybe be the ones sealing off their base a little bit more.
And I think if this deficit is even a third of what it is, I think maybe they can reach that. But you got to think that they're also trying to manage who's the one that's backing to make sure they defend this Phoenix, right? So that they don't lose the game right there. There's all this extra things they have to think about because of how far behind they fell. I think that's why putting Sanguine this far behind early is so important, because you're not going to be able to play perfectly against them all game. I think they're just too good for that. When they finally made this one mistake that Radiance made in this team fight, Sanguine just weren't in the position to capitalize where I think they normally would be.
Exactly. If Panatom has Heartseeker in that spot, right, and he's not sitting on charged Morningstar, that fight probably gets a lot easier because he's able to actually trade more effectively into Benji instead of just getting walked around like a dog on a leash. It's a lot easier for him.
Radiance, despite that last fight, they're not ready to let up on the pressure. Yarkor steps in right away, uses the shield to buy some more time, even gets rezzed by Rongu, so Panatom tries to move in on the back of that Typhoon, but still takes a lot of damage. Kraken, again, gets them pretty close to nada. Looks like a good Aegis from Tings is what immuned that out, but if Radiance want to keep up this pressure, they got a good chance now.
Yeah, Shinto tried to throw that Kraken over the wall, but just really didn't find a home. And now you're down 4 out of 5 ultimates for Sanguine, and Airstrike isn't exactly the Phoenix fighter that you're really hoping for.
Rongu tries to find an abduct, but at this point there's not much he's abducting them into. Tings gets himself a double. Airstrike used defensively. Good point with the Phoenix defensing viability of that is instead Sanguine completely on the back foot, rolling in aggressively as Radiance as another kill comes in for Tings. Adapting shuts down Netroid, and that is it. They take game 1 over first seeded Sanguine.
Man, 7-0 and 8 for Tings, 2-1 and 11 for Benji. I think this was Aurora's best game in quite some time. Just really dictated the pace quite well. And Radiance just look like they are in control. They are the ones being the proactive and not reactive. And I think that that's a big difference from what we saw from them. And honestly, it's because their side lanes are so much more engaged and they're doing so much better. They're not falling behind early. When your side lanes are dying, you kind of don't have a choice but to be reactive. When they're staying safe and you're allowing Adapting to be where he wants to be on the map and allowing Radiance to be proactive, they look awfully scary.
And we have not had any comebacks yet so far in this playoffs. I thought that was just because of the quarterfinals on day one, and maybe there's a big differential, but I think these teams might be too locked in right now to allow for these sort of mistakes to happen. You got to make sure that you're in the driver's seat a little bit sooner. Either way, though, that's game one in the books for Radiance. I'll get it back over to Gore to tell us what's next.
Well, what's next is an interesting game, too, for Sanguine, where things are going to need to change, as you mentioned. A lot of proactive play, as they just mentioned, Heroin, from Radiance that time around. Very different from what we've kind of seen in the past, where maybe Adapting is kind of the sit-back and farm kind of guy. He's going to be more impactful in some of those later fights, but maybe not around as early on. And you actually said going into that the longer the game goes, the more likely it was Radiance to win, just because of the ults they had on their side.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, you look at how they're using those ultimates as well. They just had such a ton of front-loaded, upfront damage from all those ultimates. Alma ult, Terra ult, the way Cyclone was using these Ram ults as well. Obviously, Raijin ult and Humbat's ult. It felt like they just kind of rolled over the fight in like 5 seconds every time. Like they just couldn't deal with all this, all these ults just coming out all at once every fight at the beginning. I mean, honestly, Radiance played it very well.
It was just, yeah, huge in team fights when it came down to it, to the point where it almost felt like Sanguine were, I guess, just fighting uphill the entire time. I mean, you know, there was even conversations we were having while we were watching that game that we, you know, yeah, stay afloat. You can stay even going into the late game, but it doesn't really help you. And one of the topics of conversation, especially as we got towards the end of the game, switched towards that Poseidon. And it was one of those things, I mean, for Shinto as a whole, that Poseidon just didn't feel like something he's run a lot, and it didn't feel as impactful as he had as in mid, I would say, most of Phase 1.
Yeah, it was a weird game from Shinto, honestly. The build was also a bit strange. I don't exactly know what he was going for. It felt like he was trying to do too many things. I think maybe his head was maybe in the wrong place when he was going to his builds. I'm not really sure. Maybe he knows something I don't. I also just feel like the Poseidon wasn't particularly great into the enemy comp. It was kind of hard to get in any good Krakens, I feel like, against those frontliners. I don't think he had a ton of good setup on his team. There weren't a lot of other people that were able to force the Aegises and things like that out. So I just think part of it comes down to picks and bans. Part of it comes down to just, you know, kind of poor execution, I think, as well from them this game, unfortunately.
Well, it's hard to argue when, you know, Cyclone Spin goes 3-0-9, and Adapting is 4-2, but Big Man Ting's 7-0. And, you know, as a mid laner yourself, I want to know, like, when you get a game like that, I mean, it's kind of hard not to be super impactful, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think he just played it really fantastically as well. He got a lot of these, like, ideal Raijin ults, in my opinion, where he's shooting through the front line and also hitting the backliners at the same time. You know, when you're kind of cleaving through the team with that Raijin ult, it kind of makes it feel like that character is unbeatable. And I think Big Man made it look just like as strong as he ever is that game, so props to him.
Well, good for him, and good for Radiance as they come through. Strike first against the first seed. The other thing that maybe stood out to us as we were looking at that game really was maybe Panatom, because, you know, I mentioned Shinto and how the Poseidon didn't really hit. But you had mentioned early on that the Susanoo, while it's something Panatom's been successful with, it wasn't necessarily maybe the pick that stood out for the jungle here for Sanguine. What would you maybe have rather seen, or what could he have done there in the jungle to make it work?
Yeah, I would have liked to I don't know exactly what he should have played, but I think he should have kind of got a little bit more outside of his comfort zone there. I think he kind of just said, like, you know, I play this character a lot, it's still open. I think they need to either just pick him earlier on, or maybe, like I said, he just needs to branch out a bit more, play something that fits more into their comp or the comps he's playing against. I just don't think that was an ideal Susanoo game into the Terra, into the Amaterasu with everything else they had going on. I just think with their last picks in the future, these guys just need to be a little bit more on the ball with what they want to do.
Well, Radiance controlled the team fight throughout that last one. That's something that we talked about, well, ad nauseum. And now we're going to see what they can do as we go to game number 2 here. Because, well, hey, 33 minutes, I mean, it's maybe a little lengthy as far as things go, but, I mean, I don't think Radiance really need to change too much coming into this. They had a lot of control. It played pretty much to all of their strengths. Sanguine remained first pick this time around. What do you immediately go to? You come into picks and bans here. Where does your mind start to look?
I think they probably need to switch it up a bit. They first picked the Nike last time. I think they're okay to stick with the bans they had. I don't think that was necessarily a problem. I think they just need to get Shinto on something in top 3 that he's a little bit more comfortable on, get him on a Merlin, get him on a Raijin, put him in a spot to succeed a little bit more in these games, and I think the game will kind of open up a lot more for them, honestly. I think he's... they have a lot of star players, depends on the day, but I think Shinto is a really big pinnacle for this team. So give him something he's good at, and I think they'll improve.
I mean, he's been making strides, not just for the team, but I would say just in the league, in the way mid is played. I mean, it's one of those weird things where I think we have, 2 opposite ends. There's Shinto, who you'll see on Raijin, on Merlin most of the time, and he's going to play him really well every single time you let him. And then I would actually argue the other side of the spectrum is maybe where you are, where you'll pull out things like the Yanis, like the Baba Yaga, things that other people aren't playing, and you play them at the same level that you're seeing like Shinto play this Merlin to the point where you're having such a huge impact. Do you think that Sanguine can reach in the pocket and pull out something like a Baba, or should they really just stick to this Merlin, to these, Raijin picks?
I think that if I'm I'm just going to stick to what I know we're good at, what we've been succeeding with. I would stick them on the meta stuff. I don't think, at least in the mid lane, that they need to dig in the pockets. I think that's something that I've done and something that some other players have done. Mid lane's a really unique role right now. They're going to stick with the Nike, which is interesting. I don't think the Nike was a problem, for the record. I think it definitely could succeed. I just want to see their next picks change.
Yeah, it was the conversation of Nike, didn't help, didn't hurt. She was just kind of neutral. But as far as first pick goes, you usually want to feel it be impactful. I mean, you wanted to have something that's maybe game-changing. And, well, the discussion, I think the eyes right now are on mid. That solo lane matchup, specifically the Amaterasu ult that comes in versus, Nike's ult, that Sentinel of Zeus. I mean, you definitely feel the stun from Ama a little bit more in the middle of a team fight.
Yeah, Amal just also helps you kind of run away with the game a bit more with the way her passive works on objectives and her power stance aura. I think if Radiance is getting ahead with this character, it's a lot easier for them to snowball too. And I know Sanguine play Ama too. I wouldn't be surprised if in the future they try it themselves, but I guess we'll just have to see. There's a Merlin, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully the Merlin gets locked in. Amaterasu Terra, so I would say, when we're looking at it, you listed 4 ults that Radiance had that were huge team fight ults. 3 of them maybe being impactful, with Raijin kind of being on the list with the 2 they already have locked in. But, I mean, already I'm worried about the team fight as you come in as Sanguine. Does Merlin change a little bit of that against an Amaterasu and a Terra?
Yeah, I think especially Shinto on the Merlin, I don't think it particularly matters what he's up against. I think if they go to the Daji again, Radiance, like they were the other day, I think that could be a problem. But if that Daji's not in the game, I think he should have enough space to do what he always does. They also took away the Rama here, which I think is interesting, because I think Radiance was going to take that for sure as well.
No, that's we were talking about the fact that, he's got a pretty decent buff going about him, but also Cyclone's just been looking good on him, so might as well keep shuffling it over there into the duo lane until, well, like this, you're forced away from it. But it's not maybe something I think of when I think Netrioid. Granted, Netrioid could probably play anything. Do you think this is going to change up the pace of the duo lane too much for Sanguine, or does it not really change anything?
I think it does. I mean, Rama's just really effective on these first waves when he can just hard push as well. It kind of opens up the duo lane a little bit to make some plays around purple in the early game when you have that good wave push. I think it could be good for them. It takes it away from Radiance as well. The Radiance does still get the Daji, so I don't think they're in a bad position not getting the Rama either, so kind of interesting to see how this turned out here.
Yeah, a little bit of clairvoyance from you saying, hey, it might not be that bad for the Merlin unless Daji gets picked up, and, well, they go for it. So maybe things a little dicey there for Shinto. I think it depends on some of the rest of the draft. And Radiance appropriately now starting to look at Wrong Yu. The Khepri banned out. The Naja banned away kind of catches me off guard. I mean, yeah, they're still looking for a jungler, but has Naja been that big lately?
Yeah, I don't know. Sanguine does play it. You know, we've seen it before. I'm not really sure. I don't think it's necessarily a bad ban. I don't think they had a ban that really was sticking out to them right here. That's probably why they ended up going with that. Not just good early game. Maybe it creates some more space for the Merlin. Maybe it gives them some more engage that they don't want to see them having. Not really sure. I don't think it's a bad ban, but it is interesting.
Well, it's Merlin, or not Merlin, sorry, Raijin, and the Hu Yi band on the other side, away from Radiance, and it looks like Cyclone this time around is going to be forced onto this Chernobog. And as far as playstyle goes, you know, still pretty safe, but is this matchup specifically early on where I think Radiance maybe need that lead against a ROM going to be difficult for the Chernobog to stay afloat?
I don't think it'll be a problem. I mean, they're also just experienced players. I think the experienced players in duo right now, even in like kind of poor matchups, will generally tend to survive. You'll see a lot of like zoning and things when, you know, the lane isn't particularly going their way. So I think it should be fine.
Well, I can't remember the last time we got to actually see Horus come through. I mean, he's been picked up. He was huge. I mean, 31 times throughout Phase 1 that he was picked up. Banned several of those as well. But it was realistically his maybe last performance, which I'm going to look here. Seems like, well, he did show up in Week 10 there for Space Station. So it's not like he's been missing, but, I mean, he's not been the top of the top. What is he going to bring here outside of comfort for Rongyu that can maybe help Sanguine out?
I mean, Ronnie's also kind of the OG playing this pick this year as well, so I have confidence in him to play it well. I mean, the character, I'm assuming they just want something with a bit more lockdown as well this game. Maybe something with a bit more counter engage. Radiance is kind of loading on the front-loaded damage, the like initial engage kind of stuff again. Maybe they're thinking they can use the ult to get out a bit more, or maybe surprise them with engages themselves. I'm not really sure. I think it's just kind of on Sanguine to show that it's going to be effective here.
Well, last time Radiance had a lot of team fight and control that came through it into the jungle that maybe caused them trouble here. Now they lock in the Agni. How are you liking what Radiance have? Is this a game that they can kind of repeat game number 1, or does Sanguine have too much to trip them up here?
I think this game's a little bit more up in the air, honestly. I might actually give this one to Sanguine here. I think they kind of picked some more... I think they picked a little bit smarter this game. I don't think Radiance got that OP comp that I think they had last game. I think it's going to be really back and forth, but I guess we'll just have to see.
And just because it was locked in last, and you're a mid laner, so it's real easy to just throw this one at you. How do you feel about Agni, just as a whole? I mean, coming in here, nice big stuns, kind of in the middle. What is he great at?
I mean, he has a dash, he has range CC, and I just think that already makes him a good candidate. And I think him and Venenu both play it, and I think they can succeed with it, but we'll see.
Well, we'll have to see if this Agni's going to work, or if Sanguine, as you said, have maybe picked up what they need to take this one back. We're going to go down to Finch and Aggro to take us through game number 2.
Thank you, Gore and Hurlwin. It's still Finch and Aggro, as you said here on the call. And this set still in control of Radiance after finding a dominant Game 1 performance. But now here in Game 2, things have swapped up a bit here, Aggro. They got Shinto onto Merlin. They picked this for him early. But you heard Hurlwin. He said he was still worried a bit about all of the engage that Radiance have. Are you seeing it the same way?
Yeah, I still think that their core identity for this composition is very, very similar to that of their last composition. Really, the only big difference maker for me is that you've got this Chernobog instead of the ROM, which is relevant because Cyclone could put out damage onto the backline set up by Aurora without being super close. So that matters, but overall, I think it's still this pressure's still going to be there.
Shinto has his beads forced out as yet again adapting goes for pressure. Look at the differences. Look where Panatom is. He's over at the blue buff helping out. Adapting right away came over to mid, just like in game 1, with this concerted effort to make sure they're stripping farm away from the mid lane. And it looks like Sanguine didn't make any adaptations between game 1 and 2 to prevent it. They just want to try and play around it instead.
Yeah, going forward in game 3, regardless of the outcome of this game, I definitely want to see Panatom be ready for that fight, whether that's letting your core solo the blue. I don't know if adapting is going for that blue early enough or not at all.
Rongyu locks down adapting in the backline. The knockup is there too, and Netroid gets first blood. Maybe that was the idea. Let some comfort in for Radiance, and then suddenly show up at the red buff. And the big difference, obviously, is that Rongyu's on the Horus this time, Aggro. He's got all this early game aggression they didn't have last time.
And it's a huge difference maker. And the Chernobog is just a little bit weaker clear I think, than the ROM. So those two things together really make it very easy for Sanguine to rotate over and make sure that they can get a punish. And really, I don't think they miss a whole lot for it. They missed 1, maybe 2 creeps out of that wave. Radiance pushed the wave and did not end up last hitting it. So they kind of guarantee that they're going to give a lot of farm over to Sanguine anyways.
Panatom backing, looks like maybe just outside the board, couldn't quite tell, but still not going to be putting any pressure there in left. But as he said, Sanguine not only able to find that kill, but largely able to do it without much external cost, and that's just when we're asking for Sanguine to show us some adjustment. And I know you were saying that the early game isn't their identity, but they have gotten a lot better at it. You said that too, and I think they're showing us some of that here. Just a little bit. This is not enough, right, to show us they've completely recovered from what happened in game 1, but I like that they're already showing us a bit more activity here in the early game as Wrong U takes a ton of damage, has to leap back towards the minions, and Radiance get the better of this long lane trade.
And that's really just Aurora playing that fight really, really intelligently. He understands that Cyclone doesn't have beads. He's got to make sure that he interrupts the Horus 2-1 combo, which is quick and not necessarily easy to do, but he roots off both. He stuns Wrong U to make sure that wasn't going to be an easy kill onto Cyclone, because with the cripple arrow and the fact that his beads were still down at the time, that was kill potential there for Sanguine. But now it's the other way around. Netrioid is the one without purification beads for the next 2 minutes, so you've got a pretty good window once adapting rotates over to try and put some pressure onto this ROM.
See if they go for it here on the left-hand side and slow Netroid down. One thing I do want to talk about is that you heard Herwin kind of mention it a little bit on the desk, but I feel like when Cyclone Spin has the ROM pick, he uses the ultimate in a couple different ways, but he really likes to use it towards the beginning of those fights to try and get that damage out there early. What do you think about sort of the different ways to use that ROM ult?
It's certainly something that takes some adjustment, and I think that a team like Sanguine, having watched Cyclone play this pick a decent amount, should be kind of more ready for it than, say, Renegades was whenever ROM was really causing problems for Venenu in that set. The earliest I can remember someone starting off fights with ROM ult.
Right.
Basically, there's two series of thoughts. You could either use your ROM ult to finish off the people that are low health and getting away with it because it has insanely long range, or you use it to make the enemy mage start the fight at 40-30% health. And it's better now than it was back when Barracuda started doing it in Season 3, which is the time I was going to mention, because now you get reduced cooldown on that ultimate every time you pick up an Astral Arrow. So you're going to get that ultimate up sooner than you used to. If you're landing every shot, I think that's viable. As hello. Yarkor gets a little bit caught off guard. Benji with the silence stopped that ultimate cast from going off in time. That's rough.
That is brutal. I think Yarkor was trying to bait Benji in with Panatom there nearby at the very least. He certainly wasn't expecting that much burst, but that's huge. We do not often see these solo kills coming out, and as you highlighted in Game 1, Benji and Cyclone Spin had been struggling a bit coming into these playoffs, so for both of them to be playing this well, like Benji finding a classic solo kill, that bodes well for Radiance fans.
And Amma is really not the one that you expect to be the type of god to get those solo kills effectively either. So you do it right there before Yarkor is able to back and get his boots. Yarkor going with this Talaria. He went into Void Shield last game. He had a bit of an odd build. He went Talaria into Void Shield into Oni Hunter's Garb, I believe, into a Relic Dagger. So no tier 2 item, no Berserkers or Glad Shield. Benji, I didn't see if he went his boots or his Berserkers last time, but maybe he's made an adjustment here to match that movement speed the Yarkor has gone for. But because Yarkor doesn't have that round shield like Benji did at level 1, those trades are just going to favor Benji regardless because he's got physical protection, whereas Benji doesn't.
Yarkor pushes Benji into the tower. Panatom here as well. Dazzling offensive, well timed for the CC immunity, but even the Merlin is here as Shinte rotates over out of the middle lane, so really no world where Benji could live that one, I don't think, with 4 people coming over to gank him.
And smart by Sanguine to not overcommit and use a whole bunch of ultimates. Volcanic Lightning still in the pocket. You don't have to worry about using your blink if you're Wrong U. Just nice and patient.
but Yarkor will be getting pulled back in. But I think this is what the Horus was for. The shielding was there to make sure there could be no follow-up. Aurora here as well to try and help out with that first part of the gank, but now he's just a punching bag for Yarkor. Sanguine have shown a little bit more willingness to get aggressive here in the early game in game number 2, and so far it's working, but Panatom gonna have to rethink that blue buff invade with Aurora blink ulting in. Instead, they'll fully disengage, Wrong You leaving as well, and that should be the end of it.
Beautiful play by Rongi, man. He plays that fight perfectly. I mean, he spaces, makes sure that he doesn't get hit by that Earth and Fury, then waits for Aurora to use his Monolith, know you're gonna dash afterwards, so you just gotta use that fracture and stun him out so that Panatom can get out of range, make sure that Panatom holds on to all his relics and his ultimate at the same time. Rongyu's been a real force, man. I don't think he's got enough credit for how solid he's been for the Sanguine team. He has been absolutely incredible for them all year.
He really has been. I don't even think I was giving him enough credit until I saw that most recent Yamoja set that he had up against Aurora, really was this matchup, I guess, that they ran just a couple weeks ago or just a week ago, and he really looked impressive to me there. And you're 100% right. He's been doing it all year long, and we don't quite give him enough credit because Shinto and Panatom make so many of the highlights. There was so much discussion around Netroid and his God Pool and him expanding that. But Rongu has been a really consistent part of everything Sanguine has done well, too, and deserves some extra credit.
He's been great. I mean, you don't get the first seed without your whole team playing great. It's not to take any credit away from any Sanguine member, but Rongu has been particularly impressive. And the adjustment here for Sanguine, you mentioned their willingness to fight a little bit more early. That starts in picks and bans. It's not just this Horus instead of the Khepri, but it's the Pele instead of the Susano for Panatom. And also notice that Panatom's not really trying to find these weird timing ganks quite yet. He's really been dedicated to farming as much as he can. And I think that has also been a conscious decision by Sanguine to make sure that they don't get snowballed on in the early game and put themselves in a position where they can defend whatever they need to defend, they can skirmish on Gold Furies when necessary, and they can be where they need to be.
Yeah, this is much more vintage Sanguine, isn't it? Where they're kind of treading water throughout this early game. I don't know, treading water quite fair, but they're certainly even throughout this early game and putting themselves into a position where they can pass the baton from Panatom and Rongu in the early game to Shinto and Netroid in the late game. On this late game ROM, on Merlin, who's good at all stages, as adapting, uses the ultimate to get up to the sky, comes right back down, and my man is out of there purely for defensive reasons rather than anything else.
Love that aggressive blink from Yarkor. Just gave kind of the fake, the pump fake that they were going to full-on commit onto adapting. And that shield push, man, it is really hard to deal with sometimes. Yep. Daji has her too, which does give her knockback immunity, so I don't think adapting was really in that much danger, but was probably worried about a Nike shield push into a fracture, into an updraft, into death. So he has to respect it and use that powwow really defensively. And now Merlin in particular gets to breathe a little bit easier, but basically everybody on Sanguine knows that they don't have quite as much to worry about with that Assassin ultimate down on it for a little bit.
It's just good awareness of when the enemy jungler goes beads. I think you can get a little bit more response out of those feints, right? Because they have to respond with the ultimate for CC immunity as Netroid lands quite a few shots there to put Cyclone Spin low. Cyclone Spin goes up to the sky in response to Netroid, who follows him with the snipes, can't find any of them with that angle. And unfortunately for Netroid, Cyclone Spin makes it out relatively easy, able to get right back to farm.
That was actually so smart by Cyclone Spin. He's hovering in the air and waits until Rongu has used his ultimate. He's chosen a space to land, and then he goes to where Rongu is taking off from, because that's where the shadow spawns, is where they are at the time. And then Rongu switches places with Cyclone Spin, but Cyclone's now in a spot where there's no Sanguine people around him at all, and then he's pretty safe to get out of there. That was a pretty heads-up interaction that brought him to pretty quick safety.
Yeah, Cyclone Spin's been a little bit hard on himself here this season. We all kind of have been because he has struggled, but certainly still a high-end player with tons of top-end potential. But Aurora is the one that's in some trouble now. Does get the ultimate off in time, but there were just too many slows. Shinto gets the kill. Adapting has to retreat as well. Gets the powwow up in time to grab Shinto. And that should force the beads. It does force the beads out from Shinto, but Panatom gets the kill on adapting the second that he lands. Now Cyclone's been in trouble, caught by that fracture. Netroid gets another kill, and Sanguine suddenly with a 3-for-0 in the early. They might even start up this Gold Fury, but they think a bit better of it.
Man, that was so that whole fight is just so well played by Sanguine. First, Shinto just really understands his role, which is to make sure that Aurora can't go the way he wants to go. He can't go back towards his team. So he throws out all of his abilities in a space where Aurora isn't, because he knows if Aurora just stands where he currently is, he'll die. But if he goes the way into my abilities, he'll die to my abilities. So he really puts Aurora in a no-win position. That's an easy pick-off for Sanguine right there. And then the great awareness that they still had a lot of gas left in the tank. They still had a lot of buttons and a lot of damage available. And then they use them appropriately to keep the fight going. Not all horrible, though, for Radiance, because Sanguine don't get that Gold Fury after the fact. They were a little bit too weak, low on mana for Netroid, I believe it was. Shinto was out of cooldowns for a little bit. No change stance for him, which is really what he relies on to get this Gold Fury down quickly, is the ability to change into fire stance. So it looks bad to get 3 for nothing like that, but at the same time, you're down 800 gold. You're okay in experience. In fact, Aurora's ahead a level right now. I mean, you're kind of in an okay spot still if you're Radiance.
I think so too, especially considering that adapting is going to stay a bad matchup for this Merlin as this game goes on. Remember, Radiance banned out that Khepri early on, who I think would have really felt good. I know how strong the Horus has been, but when you think about how scary it is to have the no CC immunity into the Palau, they might have liked to have that instead. But they haven't really gotten to have that same sort of avenue here in this game for Sanguine. Radiance still have a decent area where they can look for some pressure throughout this mid-game, so I don't think there's any reason to hit the panic button if you're Radiance here at all. This is certainly still within their acceptable range, as Netroid just kind of starts up this Gold Fury, but Aurora seems well aware. I don't think he'll get to do this one for free, as Aurora hides behind the rock, waiting to potentially steal it, but if he gets them go too low, it'll be in steal threshold, but great work. Aurora forces them to reset. So now Sanguine had to fully engage on into a more even fight. Sanguine do grab that Gold Fury. Meanwhile, Rongyu keeps everyone else zoned out. Aurora's committed a lot of his dashes as Cyclone Spin comes in with the ultimate, and look at the pop off of that ult indeed. Netroid goes down early. Panatom has to use the ultimate defensively, but a great stun from Tings locks him down. Shinto does find one trade, but Radiance find themselves a 3-for-1. Yarkor makes it 3-for-2 as Benji can't do enough to lock down Rongyu, but it's been a bloody battle.
Man, that stun from Tings over the wall was a masterpiece. That was perfect.
Nasty.
To make sure that Radiance get to keep that fight going. And Sanguine at least do get 2 members, but one of them's a Roar, whereas all the carries die for Sanguine. It's really just their front line that ends up surviving. And Aurora, again, just I think, plays that fight perfectly. He gets in there, he forces the reset, makes sure that Netroid takes as much damage as humanly possible. Then he waits on his ultimate until everyone on Sanguine is basically in range, and then uses it, and Netroid just dies without using a single relic or his ultimate, because that damage is a little bit too much to handle. He just doesn't expect that burst damage coming from Earth and Fury. Cyclone, no fear at all, goes head first into the back line. Love the way he played that. I think that both teams are looking pretty clean here so far in Game 2.
They really are, and this is what we were hoping. Game 1 maybe a little bit lopsided in Radiance's advantage because of how well they were controlling the pace, but here we're seeing a bit more of that back and forth I was asking for. Rongyu gets the beads out from Tings. Maybe with Shinto there, that had to be used. He didn't have quite enough information, just how much follow-up there was, so I think that goes to show how much Radiance are respecting that output from Sanguine right now.
You have to. I mean, Merlin is really strong right now. As soon as he gets this double pen online, he starts to really swing, as does Panatom with this Erendite.
Wow, Yarkor with this battle in between the Tier 1 and Tier 2 couldn't quite get the snipes to land from Netroid. Those are all off the mark, but Sanguine still being proactive despite how that Gold Fury fight went not in their favor. But it looks like it might reward them with the Tier 1. Cyclone Spin ults in. Aurora uses his ultimate as well, all in the service of forcing Sanguine off this Tier 1 in mid. And it absolutely does the job in that regard. Sanguine are in retreat mode.
I mean, Sanguine end up not getting a whole lot for it, but Radiance used their 2 I'd argue, biggest ultimates at this point in the game. I mean, that Living Nightmare is really hard to deal with in this part of the game, where you have enough damage to be able to do a whole lot, but you're still kind of in laning phase. It kind of puts you in an awkward spot.
Benji uses his ultimate to force Panatom to use his, but great awareness from Adapting to keep up the pressure. They get the kill into Panatom, so it's a 5v4 for now. Adapting's Palau doesn't get much, so he's looking for the disengage, but Rongu, with it to the skies, might perhaps want to chase, but instead he just regroups back with the squad. Radiance, off the back of forcing a Pyromancer and pulling Panatom in, are able to get a pick.
Man, I don't know. I guess we've got Lan Benji showing up, bro, which is scary for anyone who's loading in against Radiance, because I just think he's played really, really well through the first game and a half so far, and this guy's always really stepped up for the big games. I know that he hasn't had his best split ever, for sure, but gets the solo kill on Yarkor for First Blood in this game, then sets up that kill onto Panatom easily. He and Adapting work together perfectly in that fight. This Amaterasu pick might become a problem for Sanguine sooner rather than later if they don't find a way to deal with it. And this first pick Nike on the other side just really isn't doing it for me. I don't know. I understand that it's a flex pick. That's one of its strengths in the first pick slot, is that Panatom or Yarkor could play it. We've seen a lot of Nike solo as of late. Benji played it yesterday. I'm just not super impressed with it. It's a lot of what Nike does is hidden. It's through the passive, but I don't know. I'm not in love with it so far.
Another 18-minute Fire Giant, but does Radiance have the same advantage they had in Game 1? Yarkor steps in to get a lot of damage out on him. That's the ultimate from Benji and Aurora already used. Cyclone Spin took to the skies as well, so Radiance are in on this fight, but so far it's Aurora that's taken all the damage. Wrong, you low too, but the fight now spread out. It looks like Radiance and Sanguine trade a bunch of ults without a whole lot happening.
Yeah, that was an interesting call from Radiance. Maybe just a check to see if Sanguine was paying attention. And against any Aurora team, you should very much respect early Fire Giants. He loves going for them. Did last year on Sanguine, has this year on Radiance. So I think that Sanguine has done their homework nicely. Understand they have to stay at home during that moment. And just a little bit too spread out for that fight to really come to fruition there for Radiance.
Another objective being started, but this one the Fury, and this one much more realistic, so Sanguine certainly have to respond. But let's check out these ultimates. Netroid does not have his, neither does Yarkor, which could make things scary, but Yarkor getting aggressive anyway, forces Adapting up into the Palau. Benji knocked up, so taking a bunch of damage from Netroid. That's courtesy of Wrong You, and Panatom completes the earlier work, cuts down Adapting, and the dodgy already removed. Up in the sky is Wrong You, looking for a landing point, finds Panatom, gives him some shielding, but the fight largely done. Instead, Sanguine head back towards the Oni Fury, and they're burning it quick. Sanguine able to secure the objective, and Aurora, who poked his head in, has now been knocked up. He's low HP, and Wrong You closes the gap. Yarkor gets the kill, and Sanguine find a 2 for 0.
Yeah, that Gold Fury fight not as well played by Aurora. Just blinks in when he really doesn't need to, ends up getting picked off for it, and it might not end up mattering that much, but it also could open the door for Sanguine to start sieging, say, in mid lane and get this mid tier 1 tower. Adapting just gets poked out far too low at the beginning of that engagement. He was trying to find a flank, but look at the phenomenal ward coverage by Sanguine around that Gold Fury. It's all over the place. And now they're really trying to punish Radiance for losing Aurora.
Well, this is going to have to be very clean from the Sanguine boys. They have a ton of burn, yes, but Benji again lights everybody up. He has been turned around on now, though, and he's already used the Dazzling Offensive, so running low on options, it's too much damage, and Yarkor kills him, but Benji has done his job. The Fire Giant has been dropped. I know Radiance lost their solo laner, but can Sanguine really feel comfortable starting it up? I suppose the answer is yes. Fire Giant has been grabbed. Adapting onto the Palau, pulls in Wrong You and Yarkor, and brings them all low, but they get the kill into Adapting anyway. Wrong You still low, but right there to defend is Netroid. They have all the knockup that they need, but Cyclone Spin completes the kill. It's a double for Yarkor, and across the map, a 3 for 2 in favor of Sanguine.
Wow, that was something else. Sanguine really playing with fire there, going back to the objective, but
well done.
They had it ready to go, man. They were locked in, and you can just tell that their target focus is at another level a lot of the times. The team fight recap tells the story perfectly. More damage for Radiance in that fight, but they lose more members because the damage from Sanguine is all on that exact same target. Part of that is because Radiance has a lot of AoE on their team, so you're going to end up getting higher numbers when in situations like that. Agni bombs are going to clip extra people that you aren't necessarily looking for. It's not always super indicative, but I think that Sanguine really were cohesive in what they were doing. Rongyu there to make sure that Cyclone only kills him and that he trades himself out for Cyclone by going back in at a sliver of health and landing that updraft really nicely. Got Cyclone's beads and Aegis at the same time as well, which is huge. So I really like the way that Sanguine's playing right now. They aren't playing scared. I wasn't too worried about that. These are guys that have played in really big games before. They went to the World Championships last year, for goodness sake. So you know that they know how to play in big games. But for a little bit, I was a little bit worried about their pacing. I thought they looked a little bit frantic, maybe a little bit too overexcited for the biggest game of the year so far for them. But I think that they're staying within themselves pretty nicely, and they just know how to take these really all over the place skirmishes from all their time in the SML, where that's all it is. It's just fighting for the sake of fighting.
That's a great point. In some of these hectic fights, no one has more experience than Sanguine. Pyromancer burned very quickly, and that is one thing we haven't quite given this composition enough credit for. Their objective burn between the Merlin and the Rom is very, very quick. And they're already putting it to use, pulling the Fire Giant yet again. Yarkor up aggressively zoning, keeping Tings out from the fight. Shinto looking for the collapse, but it's more than zoning. They get the kill onto Tings. Panatom pays for it, though, with his life. He dies quickly, but Adapting's used the Palau, and he is out of the fight. Benji slowed and has to use the ultimate to try and keep up with Netroid and Rongyu, so they re-engage on the back of it and cut Benji down. Sanguine are taking these fractured fights, and they're winning all of them. Shinto burns a roar, but look at Cyclone's spin on the left side of the match. He's burned down the left side Phoenix. Sanguine have to get the Fire Giant at this point just to try and make it an even trade.
I think they'll be able to do it, and actually, look at this. Cyclone comes over, but no, Sanguine do get Fire Giant. What an attempt by Cyclone Spin. That's actually really smart, man, because he can't be in that fight at all. He had no relics. Remember, Rongyu got them towards the back end of the last fight, but now Sanguine realizing they've got time, but maybe not enough to walk. Why not run? Why not take the bus? The quick trip through with the helicopter from Rongyu is going to get them to the mid Phoenix and get it with ease.
Well, this is all they'll be able to do. No end potential on the back of this. So Sanguine now have come out on top. They've traded the mid Phoenix for their left Phoenix. Radiance get the more valuable one, but Sanguine still have the Fire Giant around their waist. They'll be able to push back out, especially in left where they want to push out those minions and try and grab this tier 2. But what a game this has been. Radiance really put Sanguine down in game 1, but they have absolutely bounced back here in game 2. And they look ready to take on just about anybody.
Man, that was crazy, dude. If Cyclone would have gotten that Fire Giant, that would have been absolutely nuts for Radiance. But now, I mean, all of a sudden, what has been a very close game, it's 2 Phoenixes down, but Sanguine are the ones that have the FG. So it's going to be very easy for them to just push up this left-hand side. They want to be going up the left side anyways. It's the side furthest from Fire Giant, so the most valuable Phoenix. I still think that Radiance make the right call in that fight to let Cyclone split push, because he really can't be a part of that engagement at all. But no one's really there to peel for big man. Aurora has been so aggressive and looking for these blink-ins into the back line, and I think Sanguine just really recognized that effectively and realized that, hey, if we can get on top of big man, who's going to be there to stop us? Panatom and Yarkor take him out of the fight early, and Panatom just had a much more effective game on this Pele than he had on the Susano.
Radiance look like they're in a bit of a trading mood. They group up to try and grab the tier 2 tower and right. They get it, and Benji and Cyclone Spin have their backs stopped. So it will be a 3-on-3 on the left Phoenix. Aurora steps in, but takes a bunch of upfront damage. Maybe expecting Cyclone Spin to get there sooner, but Adapting shuts down Netroid. Radiance have played this a bit better than Sanguine, because Cyclone can always rejoin the fight. It's a double now for Adapting as Radiance defend the left side Phoenix.
Huge for Radiance, and Shinto is in a really bad spot. Beautiful Vortex to pull back Benji right after the dash, so he'll be out. But I think you can see the difference of these backliners using these teamfight relics and frontliners, because right there, Shinto is right next to Netroid. Shinto has the upgraded shell, which I like a lot against Radiance's composition, because as I've highlighted, you can't Aegis Terra ult Shell helps you more against that ultimate for sure. It's great against Aji, but Netriode is right next to Shinto, and Shinto never used that Shell, which may have saved his Hunter's life.
Panatom looking to collapse in the back as Radiance have just grabbed the Primal Fury. Benji using the Dazzling Offensive is trying to get to the backline, but adapting pays too much health to try and make it in. Benji sticks to Shinto though and gets the kill. Cyclone Spin is able to take care of Panatom. Remember, Wrong-You and Netroid were never a part of this engagement. Radiance had all this extra numbers to help them out. So it is a 2-for-1 favoring Radiance, but Sanguine now struggling in what should have been Fire Giant time. Instead, they've lost 2 fights to Radiance.
I just don't love that call to defend that Gold Fury. I mean, it's really not backbreaking for you to lose it at this point. I mean, yes, it ties up the game, but at 27 minutes, the difference between a 2K lead and a even game is that there really isn't one. You know, Corporate wants you to find the difference between these two pictures. They're both the same picture. You know, it's not a big deal whether you get that Gold Fury or not. And like you said, you just don't have the numbers advantage. Frankly, that should have gone even better for Radiance, but adapting got clipped by that Eclipse that Shinto had thrown out, and then took a whole lot of damage that he wasn't really expecting, and ended up kind of getting one shot before he was able to do anything effective in that team fight. So the only reason Sanguine get anything at all in that engagement is because of a misstep by adapting. So now what looked like a great opportunity for Sanguine to blow the game wide open, they've gotten Mid-Phoenix, they've got Fire Giant. Now we're back to parity. It's completely even again.
That's a great point, bolstered by using a quote from the best mockumentary series, which we love to see. But yeah, at this point, things are essentially tied here. Sanguine do have the kill lead, but that matters not at this point. Experience largely irrelevant. Our supports both pretty close at this point, so that won't be making a ton of difference. And the gold, as we've already said, is pretty much tied to. I mean, look at these builds. Those are largely finished. Adapting is working, though, on a 6th item, and that is relatively important. Looks like he probably wants a Blood Forge, I'd have to guess at this point, which could be a big deal for Dodgy when she gets those kills. But aside from that, things are pretty close. That's why Sanguine trying to start up this Fire Giant. They know that they need a big difference maker here aggro. They want to lock down Benji first, not a lot of damage there. So Yarkor looks to frontline instead, starts pushing in to Radiance. Wrong-You takes to the skies. They know that Aurora is low, but so is Shinto, and his life is so important at this point. That's why adapting all in commits and gets the kill. In the backline, Yarkor drops his ultimate that does make it a 1-for-1 trade, and Aurora sticks around with his low HP bar, so Netroid is able to clean him up. So far, 3 for 2, favoring Sanguine, and Big Main Tings is stuck in between everyone, wants to trade his life for Panatom's, but isn't able to find it, but does set up for Benji to get it. At this point, can you really call it a winner? Everybody gonna end up falling this time. A 4 for 3, and still Benji battles on.
Mutually assured destruction in that team fight. That's all that's really happening between Sanguine and Radiance at this point. Maybe Benji's got the damage. I think he does to take down Yarkor, so it really ends up in a 4 for 4. And all things considered, Sanguine, I think, should count themselves pretty lucky they were that close in that team fight at all. And it's really not luck, I should say, that they play that fight well enough to win it, when I don't know that they really had any business doing so, because no relics were up for Shinto in that fight. Panatom was pretty vulnerable as well. I don't think he had relics up. So to win that fight, and now you get all the relics from Radiance, and yours are coming up off respawn, not a bad spot. Maybe Sanguine just goes right back and tries again.
Why not? Sanguine have clearly an ability to kind of run their head into the wall, and I mean that in the best way. These guys are grinders. I think that we've all kind of attributed that to them across the year, and I think we're kind of seeing it now. When it gets into this late game, I think as long as Sanguine are alive, they come into every fight revitalized, especially one where they've got an actual demonstrable advantage. Now, Pyromancer goes to Radiance and that tier 1 in mid. I don't think that's nothing. If it ends up in a scenario where Radiance is trying to burst down that Titan, every tower that's down helps because it has less HP on the Titan. So Radiance do maybe slightly come out on top, aside from the relic situation.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, getting tier 1s off the map is huge at this point in the game. It just makes sure that it's easier for you to end the game, or Radiance has shown their propensity to base race at times, so you know that can certainly end up mattering here pretty quickly if things start getting a little bit crazier, which is hard to imagine because this game has been very back and forth already. I mean, a ton of kills on the board for a playoff game like this. It's been pretty knock them down, drag it out. Can't say it's not fun to watch.
Yeah, especially compared to the slower pace of Game 1, at least kill-wise, this is a big change in pace. But doesn't this game feel really important? It's going to be so hard to beat Radiance if they drop 0-2 in this set. That's why Sanguine start up the FG again. It's down to half. Aurora has already blinked, does get the ultimate off onto 4 people, and Netroid rather takes a ton of early damage, but when Adapting tries to find his way in, Shinto still has the flicker and is able to reposition. Cyclone Spin ults too. Shinto just has not gotten to live through these fights so far. Into the backline goes Benji, but Cyclone Spin is stuck in between everyone. Yarkor gets the kill. Benji falls as well. Now Yarkor leaps over the wall to try and hunt down Adapting. Radiance commit too much to kill Shinto, and the rest of Sanguine are here to clean up.
Beautiful turnaround. Yarkor's having a phenomenal game on this Nike jungle.
Oh, no
Great
dash
heads-up awareness by Netroid, takes out the Monolith and takes out Aurora on top of that. This should be Fire Giant now. Big Man does have his relics, but he's got a Pele in between him and the objective.
Oh, but Tings' damage was almost enough to solo Panatom, but Panatom has done his job. He's kept everyone out so that Netroid can continue to burn down the Fire Giant, but Tings is stepping in, dashing aggressively, can't get the kill in the Yarkor, but despite some heroics from BMT, everything goes the way expected. Sanguine get the Fire Giant, they don't lose any additional lives, and Aggro, talk to me a bit about this last fight, because if Shinto dies that early, I usually count that as an auto win for Radiance. What went wrong?
It just took too much of their HP advantage to get there. I mean, overall, it felt like, yes, Shinto died, but Adapting was kind of low. Cyclone was in the back line in an awkward spot. Aurora had taken a lot of damage. It took a lot of HP resource in order to get there, if not ultimate resource. Adapting used his, Cyclone used his, Aurora was on cooldown. I mean, you had to invest a lot in order to get on top of Shinto there, and I think that there is a world where Radiance play that fight pretty similarly, take Shinto out of that fight either by killing him or leaving him with 1 HP, and then are still able to group up a little bit better and then end up winning that fight anyways. But Yarkor and Panatom are so mobile with this extra movement speed from the Nike passive, the Relic Dagger there for Yarkor, and of course the movement speed for the Pele. It just feels like those two, the backline dive, has been really, really effective in splitting up Radiance in these fights. Radiance was really doing a good job last game of deathballing through Sanguine. They were just grouping up as 5 and running it down in team fights. And now Sanguine, because of the picks that they've made, because of the Chernobog as opposed to the Rom, who's going to split up off the fight by nature of using that ultimate, it's a little bit harder, I think, for Radiance to deathball.
Netroid has been caught out by Benji, but it's Benji who's maybe been caught out. Wrong, comes up over the wall. Netroid tries to ult Big Man Tings at full HP way at the back of the fight instead of helping to kill Benji. Good thing is Benji dies anyway. Adapting falls to Shinto, and Netroid still stands tall at the back of the fight. Shinto flickers aggressively behind Tings and is able to output more damage. He does lose his life, but Netroid cuts down Cyclone Spin, converts it into a double by shutting down Aurora, and suddenly Sanguine have a chance to just end this game. It's only Tings to try and defend.
Just an odd decision by Benji there to go in and try and find that kill on the Netroid when the rest of his team was just way too far behind. Benji picks a bad fight, and Radiance are going to have to try and reset. We're back to best of 3 territory, fellas, just like the regular season.
Yeah, it's what they're used to here at this point. A huge bounce-back win for Sanguine, and I mean that by a lot of ways. Their playstyle was different. Their picks and bans improved a lot, too. We absolutely have a set on our hands now.
We do, for sure, and I was a little bit critical of the first pick Nike earlier on in that game. I concede I was probably wrong. I mean, Yarkor popped off in those late-game team fights. He was impossible to end up dealing with on those backline dives. But I think that that's kind of stylistic of Radiance. This is not a team that's going to be on their backline peeling a whole lot. Aurora loves to dive. Benji loves to dive. Adapting's on the backline. I wonder if that's something that Sanguine can look to and maybe continue to punish Big Man Tings in the set.
But after these first 2 games, I really don't have any idea what direction this set might go after this. The only thing I can advise is that you stay tuned. There's no way you're going to want to miss any of these games. I'll get it back to the desk, though, have them break it down a bit more.
Well, things are heating up in this set and starting to wake up for these two teams. But the other thing that is starting to heat up is, well, summertime itself. And that's where Cthulhu comes in. For those of you who maybe missed the memo, Cthulhu's releasing on Tuesday, by the way. And, well, he has awoken. He wants you to get a good deal. So right now, prices are deteriorating on gems, chests, skins, and more. Gems are up to 33% off. Voice packs are 50% off. And the chests are going to be rotating throughout this sale. So go ahead and catch the discounts before you catch the crazy. And that's just, the maybe start of the day. Crazy, maybe the key word. These sets, these games going back and forth. Heroin, we're here. 35 minutes there for Sanguine to be able to pop in for this one. And it really did feel back and forth for the most part. I mean, at the end of the day, I think there was a point where I just go, how exactly is Yarkor, 10-2 at this point? And it's just because these fights would happen, everyone would kill each other, and then Yarkor would be like, cool, I guess I'm still here.
Yeah, he just felt like he was kind of unkillable in that game. Like, he was there to finish any kills that no one else could get, and he was just kind of being left to his own devices. Like, I just don't think Radiance had a comp that was going to be able to eat through all that HP, so they were kind of just leaving him every fight. And, like, if they were to stomp the fight and then it was 4v1, 5v1 at the end, maybe they'd kill him, but besides that, he was just full HP the whole time.
And it was really weird, at least from what I saw, because there were so many times, I mean, even here, like, it's 2-1, right? But as the game went on, the kills kept going up for Sanguine, and the gold count was even, sometimes in favor of Radiance after every single one. It never felt, even though Sanguine were maybe controlling some of it, like they actually had a grip on it, which is what I'm kind of used to at this point. I mean, I feel like I've been so used to seeing Sanguine take a lead and run with it. I mean, how is Radiance kind of shutting that down?
I just think that they came to play today. I mean, it seems like that they're on the ball with farming. Like, when they're losing these team fights, they're not, like, getting wiped. They're quick to just split the lanes, split the farm. They're not going to, like... There hasn't been a point in these two games so far where one team is just losing the fight so hard that the game is just already out of control. Like, it just feels competitive the whole time.
That's good news, I think, for everyone watching, because, again, with both of these teams now having a win under the belt, it means we're guaranteed at least 4. You need 2 more wins in order to be able to push this forward. And this is where it goes from, like we like to say it, best of 5 to best of 3. You only need 2 wins from this point on. But the length of these two games, about an hour of gameplay, does start to wear on these guys. You get Yarkor going 10-2-11 that game, 7-3-14 for Netrioid. But, time played, how does that start to wear on you, in a lengthier set?
It just kind of depends on, like, where your mindset is. If you have the mindset of, like you said, it just turns into a best of 3, it kind of just, the time melts away, really. But it kind of just depends. Like, that is a struggle that you have to run through as a player. You need to kind of bring the morale to a point where you can handle these long sets. It's not easy.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult to be able to keep up with, but hey, it's been a fun set to watch so far. And speaking of watching these sets, guys, remember that you can tweet us at SmitePro using the hashtag SPL, and you could get featured on the stream here. We have Chris Hindemans at StageFault, who is chilling. It looks like a nice, comfortable bowl of cereal there out on a patio. Beautiful sunny day, watching the Phase 1 playoffs. And, well, you can't really ask for much more on, as he said, semifinals Saturday here. As we start looking at game number 3, I'm sure he's probably done with that cereal by now. I think, you can graduate onto popcorn at this point. It's getting to movie-length territory. We've been here for a couple of hours, and I anticipate these games giving us a good long show as we keep going forward. So Radiance lose that one, not necessarily, as early as Sanguine lost game number 1. Is there anything you change going into picks and bans, or was everything pretty level in at least that stage of the game?
I think that game could have gone either way. I don't really know. I think maybe if I'm Radiance, I try to get the Rama. The Rama looked pretty good, I think. For Sanguine as well, I think it was a big part of both wins for both teams. I also think you could maybe go about taking away the Nike, maybe playing it yourself. I don't know if it's in Benji's God Pool. I don't think Adapting plays it, but who knows? So I think those are the 2 picks I would kind of put some more focus on, I think, if I was either one of these teams.
I think maybe, as weird as it is, because sometimes it matters, sometimes it doesn't, well, Sanguine now are taking the second pick overall, which is something that you don't typically get to see too often. I feel like a lot of these teams, at least lately, we've seen like one team will get locked in, like this is where we want to be. Either we want that first pick start, or we want that counter pick at the very end. And so now being able to maybe open that conversation up, King Arthur, Merlin, Camazotz, maybe nothing crazy out of the bans except Radiance, prioritizing Shinto, who we were talking a lot about going into game number 2.
Yeah, taking away the Merlin I think is actually a good idea as well. I didn't mention that, but they did win their last game on Merlin. I did mention putting on Shinto on something he's probably going to be a bit more effective on. I think taking away the Merlin makes perfect sense. I also think Sanguine taking second pick, by the way, makes a lot of sense. I don't think that there is this first pick that any team really particularly needs. I think that they don't need to first pick this Nike against Radiance. We'll have to see. But I think going second pick, they get more counter pick options available. They get this third pick. They get the last pick. First pick after second phase bans. I think it could work out for them.
Well, so far, Heimdall, Yamoja joined the bands down there. The Pele as well. Maybe didn't scream out to me, at least in terms of slash line there, but Panatom playing that last game, maybe, I guess, making enough of a performance to make it ban-worthy here. And it is that ROM that's being hovered over. You had said maybe take that away from Radiance or take it away from Sanguine. Either way, it's going to be Cyclone now who's back on this and comfortable. Is that kind of a slippery slope, dangerous way to start this for Sanguine?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the Rama was just a really key component for both these teams. Like I said, in these past games, I think it's just helping them kind of roll over the team fights from the beginning. The way these Ramas are using their ults, they're just kind of getting up in the air right as team fights start, laying the damage on the enemy backline and just putting them on the back foot right away. I think it's been really potent.
Well, now it's the Nike once again. It's been a little confusing. I think, when it's first pick, it's one of those things where you're like, all right, this better get some really good utility. Last game, I guess it did get a lot of really good utility, so we can't argue against it so much here. But, I mean, prioritizing it so heavily when Radiance aren't going to go for it, and this Thor, I think maybe where the conversation should be more than anything, because Nike's been consistent, I think to say the least, wasn't a detriment in game 1, was a big positive in game 2, but this Thor is big for both adapting and for Panatom. I mean, he's just brings so much to the table. How do you like seeing this on the jungler here for Sanguine?
I think Thor is a really interesting pick right now. I think some junglers have kind of gone away from the Thor after some nerfs at some point in this last split, but these two junglers are the ones that I think more than any others are still playing it. I think taking the Thor away from adapting here too is interesting. I think it's interesting Radiance didn't first pick in this situation as well, considering that they both value it. But I do think it's a good pick up for Sanguine just to take it away, and I think that they've shown that they're really competent with this pick as well. I do want to say, I think it's interesting that they went with the Nike as well, because I think they're going to be in the same situation where either Netroid or Shinto is going to have the last pick here, and I don't know if I like that very much.
Yeah, it feels a little awkward for them as a whole. I mean, maybe just not getting their priority picks. Netroid looking to get their third pick here, potentially with this Hu Yi. But, I mean, I'm looking back to game number 1. I see Rom, I see Terra, I see Ama, and I'm thinking, man, Radiance are almost literally just running back what was successful for them earlier. Maybe some things are going to change here in the bans, but with Hu Yi picked up, something Netroid picks a lot, one of the top picks in the league as a whole. I mean, how do you feel, I guess, about Hu Yi in the duo lane?
I think Hoagi's fine. I mean, I think there's nothing wrong with Hoagi. I think Netroid's really, really good at this character. I'm never not happy to see him playing it. I do want to just reiterate, though, it is interesting to me that Shinto doesn't pick, like, the Raijin here, for example. I think this is a perfect place to pick it. I think now he's in a spot where he can get kind of his picks banned away. I'd expect Radiance to maybe ban Hell here, and I think he's going to get put on something less than ideal again. And I mean, I have faith in them. Maybe they have a plan here. Maybe they can get it going, but I hope it's going to work out better than it did in game 1 for them.
Yeah, I mean, this was where a lot of that conversation we had last time. Well, Merlin's off the table, Raijin's off the table, so you can't go to the top 2 picks that I think everyone thinks of when they think Shinto. He did showcase a little bit of Hebo play, which we've seen from a few players in the league, but like you called, there's the Hell that comes through. And maybe there's the glorious stat that, hey, there's no Hunbats this time to go up against him if he goes something like the Poseidon. But, I mean, even Discordia here, do you like how it feels for Sanguine? Does it feel like it's meshing, or does it kind of feel forced because of how many Mage Mans there are?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's good at this Discordia as well. I almost kind of forgot about the Discordia. I think it's an efficient pick. I think it's pretty decent into Radiance's comp. I just don't think it has the same impact that the Raijin has, that the Merlin has for this team. So I think the side lanes really need to step it up with this Discordia pick, with this Discordia passive. It's not as big of a playmaking character as those other characters. But I think it fits well into the comp. I don't think it's bad. You know, it doesn't open him up to this dodgy pick, like counter pick as well. I'm surprised that adapting picks it as well here, but who knows? Could be good.
So, Daji, Agni, two things that maybe didn't quite go so well for Radiance last game, but then, again, weren't necessarily negative for them either, are locked in there. But kind of looping back to Discordia, just because I'm curious, when you have that passive, you know, it's something that we talk about all the time, one of the things that makes it really important, especially like in the early game. Is there a lot of conversation in comms when you're playing Discordia about who is getting the passive, or are you just kind of letting it go, do whatever it is on the side, and playing your game?
Yeah, you do definitely factor in. I think the duo lane is typically going to have it for like a wave or two, and I think that really impacts like the first purple respawn in bait. If people choose to go for it, you should have a little bit more pressure from your duo lane because of the Discordia passive, and then I usually kind of run to your solo for a good majority of the game just because they're doing their thing over there, like, you know, they're just trading each other endlessly. But I think it's effective in both kind of ways, and it definitely is a conversation I think that needs to be had. Doesn't need to be really big, but it definitely is something to be talked about.
Well, Sanguine are going back to the Horus. It feels kind of like both of these teams, as of right now, Sanguine willing to pull in some new fresh picks every time we come through, but Radiance shuffling around the same few with the Daji and the Agni. Whose team fight do you like a little bit more? Do either of these teams suffer early or maybe become stronger in the late game?
I think Radiance has the draft here. I think they got the core to that comp that they had at the first game, where they just have all this front-loaded damage, a ton of engage, and I think they're really comfortable with it. I think that if they get to the team fight stage again, that they'll just show the same prowess that they did in the first game.
Well, it's time to see whether or not they can show that same prowess, or if Sanguine are maybe going to be able to take this one and turn it all around from game number 1 the way Radiance did yesterday. So once again, we're going down to Finch and Act.
Thanks, Gore and Herwin, yet again. It's game number 3, a critical match in this semi-final set between our first seed and Radiance. And Sanguine, the team, may be coming into it with a bit of momentum, but it's Radiance coming in with largely the same composition they had in Game 2. The only difference is Cyclone Spin is back on this ROM. Now, obviously, there's some changes for Sanguine there, too, but do you like Radiance coming back with a lot of the same tools here, Aggro?
Yeah, I think Game 2 was really close. I don't think that it was a blowout by any stretch. So you're in a position where you change back to the ROM. You're allowed to group up a little bit more like you were in Game 1. I think it's a fine idea.
Wrong you, though. Getting aggressive yet again with this Horus in the early game, but now Cyclone Spin has these Astral Arrows for the response, and Wrong you is suddenly in kill threshold. He gets the counter blink, though. He wasn't in combat. What? Wrong you able to live?
I don't think Aurora didn't auto-attack him. We were just a little bit out of range, and he was mid-swing for the next auto-attack before Rongi was able to blink out, and now it's Panatom's turn to come to the left.
And he's level 2, which could be trouble, but instead he turns and leaves. Perhaps choosing to make sure, didn't like that idea. They were so close to the left tier 1 tower that maybe he wasn't going to grab it anyway, so instead comes back and grabs the Oracles. But after all that extra craziness, I suppose you can just sort of start breaking this set down a little bit more normal.
Yeah, first of all, that was sick by Aurora. He actually blocked the fracture that was going to hit Cyclone Spin with his wall, which is bonkers to me. So that was really, really crazy. But I think that this composition here for Sanguine is a little bit more snowbally. I think that they can really get ahead really, really easily in this game and then kind of snowball it out of control.
Yeah, he must have been mid-swing. Looking back at that play we're just looking at there, it is a little bit of time before that Terra auto can land. That's something that we've heard from some of these Terra players before, especially when there are times when she can kind of synergize with her autos. But it ends up being the wrong Hughes benefit, gets the turnaround blink, and made his way out of there.
Yeah, it's actually coming in the Cthulhu patch on Tuesday, right, isn't it? A buff to the Terra warm-up auto attack speed.
So she can swing a little quicker, yeah.
Yeah, you're not slowed quite as early, so it's something that's going to be changed, and Aurora a little bit upset that it's getting changed not today, but or in the past, but in the future. But I really do think that Sanguine's composition has a lot of the same strengths that it did in game number 2. It's Rongyu again. on this Horus thing. Netrioid's on a pick and Ho Yi that gets to rotate and affect fights really well and be a good team fighter at the exact same time. But now you've got this Thor in the jungle that can get off to great leads and snowball you out of control very easily and be the aggressor in a lot of matchups where Pele can also do that, but without that same semi-global presence that Thor brings.
I do feel as though this shifts some of the burden that's normally on to Shinto onto the rest of the map here with this composition from Sanguine. And to be fair, I mean, how often was Shinto killed at the beginning of fights in game number 2? I mean, I think we give a lot of this credit to him, but a lot of the load is being carried by the rest of Sanguine here too. So it's not that there's something that they're not comfortable with, but this draft, not the way the other team is playing, but the draft, I feel like puts some of the onus on the Panatom to really carry for them in this early stage, for Netroid to pick up some of the slack in the late. I think that can be a winning strategy for them, but it just is a little bit different from maybe what we normally see.
A little bit. I do think that Discordia still has those games where she just gets super far ahead and really starts to dominate and can play up in her lane matchups. And this matchup in particular up against Agni it's pretty volatile. It's kind of a skill matchup in the sense that you've got a great way to get out of those Noxious Fume stuns, but it's also very easy for Agni to just lay his bombs out in the middle of that erratic behavior cloud, and then it's really easy for him to kill you pretty simply. So what you often want to do in matchups like these is not use your Noxious Fumes off the first bomb. You kind of bomb, force the 3, and then you bomb stun the cloud, and that'll really force Shinto's hands pretty quickly. So if there's a fight in mid, or Agni's one of the few mid laners that I think has solo kill potential a lot of times because of his great damage output and CC from a distance. And that's something that you have to watch out for.
So Shinto will have to be mindful. In both directions, it sounds like in that matchup. A bit volatile, perhaps, but we might not end up seeing a lot of it. Another matchup that has been very volatile has been over in the solo lane. Benji getting the solo kill last time, but perhaps Yarkor slightly outvaluing him on the Nike in terms of the team fight presence last game. So that's one more area where maybe we don't normally talk about, solo diff. It's always jungler diff, I feel like, but perhaps that could be another one of those big differentiators here as they get to run back the Amaterasu v Nike.
Let's get one thing clear, though, Finch. It is always jungle diff. Always. when SMITE is boiled down to its base form, jungle diff is at its core. But yes, I agree that both Yarkor and Benji had big impacts last game, but Yarkor, certainly with the last laugh, with his great scoreline, and of course the Game 2 win. I just feel like this matchup is one that it's really, they're both going to backline dive really effectively. It's who can hold the attention of the enemy backline for the longest without getting killed. Or if they do get killed, they've returned the most damage and pulled them out of position the most in comparison to the other. And that's really true for all solo laners, but particularly for the pretty mobile ones like Ama and Nike that also have a lot of AoE control that they're pretty similar in what they want to do.
Sanguine's starting to step up in the long lane, and Panatom is right in perfect ganking position, but it looks like Cyclone Spin and Aurora have kind of sniffed this one out. Not stepping up from outside the tower range at all, so they won't be falling victim to any stray Panatom ultimates, but he's still lurking on this side of the map, so looks like they really do want to make something happen. There's not a lot else for Panatom to be doing, so potentially looking for these kill opportunities, not the worst thing.
He's going to try and see if he can strip away these back harpies, which he will be able to do. He could be going to his back lefts, but you're right. There's not a whole lot for him on the map here, so may as well be the aggressor. But surprise, yeah, I was going to say, got to check the purple. Spawned right in front of him.
Well, looks like Cyclone Spin heard the spin, perhaps, and goes up into his ultimate, but Aurora is the one that gets locked down. He didn't have any backup for 2 seconds. That was all the time that Sanguine needed to spring the jaws of the trap shut. First blood for Sanguine.
And that's why you just may as well, come on knocking, see if they'll overextend and make a mistake, and Aurora certainly makes the mistake there. Goes in a little bit too early. If adapting is closer, they can get something going because they use a good amount of resources on Aurora, but he just died so quickly, and then Sunbreaker's still going to stick around.
Cyclone spin and adapting though, want to try and run this one back. Netroid with the dive bomb goes up, tries to use the knockup to provide some extra clearance, but there's no way you're getting away from the Powwow. Wrongyu uses his own to the skies to disengage, so adapting gets a little bit of a return, and critically the death this time was onto the Hunter instead of the support, so even though it wasn't first blood, you can make an argument that maybe Radiance came out a bit ahead.
Yeah, they're not too upset with how that went. Adapting gets a kill, and he was farming that whole duration, really didn't give up as much as I think Panatom did in order to stand in the left jungle for a full 20 seconds or so and just get back harpies in an assist. So I think that you're pretty happy here if you're Radiance. But a smart call by Netroid, doesn't use his purification beads, knows that he's dead no matter what, so doesn't open himself up to another easy gank from Adapting sooner rather than later.
Easily could be sooner, as Benji considering getting aggressive on the right-hand side of the map. He's got the XP lead and he's flexing it for now, but he'll take this opportunity to back, as I think that Sanguine have made some adjustments here in this set. They're starting to be a bit more proactive. Panatom actively searching for opportunities on the left-hand side to try and get aggressive, and they do end up eventually finding that kill onto Aurora. So if you're Radiance, how do you respond to this? Should they continue to try and match that aggression, or maybe try and slow it down towards this late game? It's a hard call to make.
I do think that Radiance has the superior late game again. I still feel like their composition just gets to death ball more effectively than Sanguine's. But Sanguine has a little bit more punishment, I would say, for the group up for Radiance. They've got this Thor ultimate, which can change fights. They've got Discordia ultimate, which is really difficult whenever you're really grouped up, or Strife, which will end team fights by itself at times. And now they've got Hou-Yi ultimate as well, which again punishes you for being a little bit too grouped up with that AoE slow. So I like what Sanguine's kind of adjusted to. Radiance has not made a whole lot of adjustments. This is the composition they played game one against PK, more or less. It's the exact same identity that they've really been going for. And so Radiance, if they're going to show you the same comp 6 games in a row or whatever it is, you have a pretty good opportunity to make adjustments. I like Sanguine's adjustments here.
Radiance bring a lot of members for this blue buff invade. It's successful. They steal the buff, but they want the fight on the backside too. The apple has already landed onto Aurora, who's down to half HP, but the dash allows him to reposition. Benji is stuck way on the backside of this fight and could get collapsed on, but walks his way through. Meanwhile, Yarkor seems to have not realized that he's suddenly been collapsed on, got to disengage. As Radiance continue to push up beyond the enemy speed buff, they're up beyond the tier 2 tower into the Chaos side jungle, and it ends up working. They get the blue buff invade and the beads out from Panatom, but not a lot much more.
I mean, a lot of damage, but not a lot of it is focused. That fight is so split up, and really neither team wants that. I think that Sanguine truly wants Radiance to be grouped. You want them to get multi-hit by things like Strife, and right there, Shinto just on the run from the outset of that team fight because of the blink in from Aurora and adapting with that Trickster Spirit going in. Another big thing for Discordia here is that when you're in stealth, you can't get hit by Trickster Spirit. Adapting can't lock onto you, and that's going to be really helpful for Shinto in these matchups. It's going to cancel out that teleport. Not only does it end up making sure that he's not on top of you and you don't take all that damage, but it cancels the TP, and so Adapting won't be able to catch up to you after the fact with the distance that you put in between yourself and the enemy jungler. So the Discordia pick, the more I think about it, I think the more I like it.
It sounds like it. It's got some applications. And speaking of picks, I was wanting to mention that Wrongyu and Sanguine, they bottom picked this horse. It was the 10th pick overall in this slot, which is a bit surprising to me. I feel like they knew they wanted this aggression out of the support role rather, and they end up waiting till the end of the draft, end up grabbing it. Maybe it's just because they had to get some other stuff and they just go ahead and get the horse when it's still left up, but I thought maybe there was an opportunity for a bit more counter-picking for them with this slot, but they end up going fairly standard. As Wrongyu has used it to the skies, but there's nothing to get.
I like the idea, just land right back in place. Unfortunately, he was on a ward, so Radiance knows that ultimate is on cooldown. Yeah, I think that the Horus pick is one that it fits basically everything, but it can be counterpicked pretty effectively. You know, Cripples really ruin this character because he's got the 2 dashes. It's his only form of engage, really, is using a dash. And so you don't necessarily want to pick it super early. and maybe something like Ganesh to shut down the Radiance engage was looking attractive to Rongu at the time. I think that Ganesh is just pretty underplayed, and I like that matchup quite a bit against Dodgy and Terra and Agni, gods that kind of have either channeled abilities in Dodgy sense or two-stage abilities in Agni and Terra, where you would need to use your Noxious Fumes after casting an ability and you're already locked in place. It's pretty easy to silence those out.
Well, you brought up the Dodgy. That was another one that could have potentially been a counter pick, but was picked up when they already knew. It wasn't tremendously effective. Netroid does a good job to avoid Aurora's shenanigans on the left-hand side. I believe it ended up getting picked for them in the secondary pick phase after they already knew Shinto was on the Discordia. So it was as if they were picking it into the no CC immune ult, like with the Merlin that they had earlier. Adapting, clearly just comfortable with the Dodgy and liking it in this comp, even if maybe it doesn't always bully the mid pick.
So he's played it. This is the 7th game so far for Radiance in playoffs, and this is his 6th Dodgy game, I believe. He played Raven once against PK, and every other game has been the Dodgy. I think she's good. Her late game scaling is really strong, and when you're this far ahead, he's up a level and a half at least over Panatom, who Panatom just hit level 12. I like it, but I do think that it's pretty dependent on the enemy team comp. You do have to be really worried about their CC level and how much they can go in effectively and their CC immunity and all those sorts of things. I don't know. I do think that maybe I could have seen another pick here for adapting, but if this is what Radiance has really been practicing with and they want to get to late game anyways, Dodgy's pretty potent at that point.
Clearly some comfort there, certainly, as the pace has slowed down a bit. As you mentioned, both these teams comfortable, I think, with the way they scale into the late game, even though Radiance might outclass them a bit. Over Sanguine here, it seems as though no one feels like they have a whole lot of onus to act right now. I mean, have we seen Panatom really ult aggressively yet? I mean, even that gank he was a part of, where that one assist is coming from, it was really just because he was nearby on that side. It wasn't so much off a big anvil of Dawn. Are you surprised we haven't seen more from Panatom here so far?
A little bit. He does like to gank a lot early on and really is willing to sacrifice his farm an awful lot. It's where Shinto's leads come from, is oftentimes Panatom's farm pool. But Thor scales pretty well into the late game anyways. You really put pressure on enemy backliners come late game with this god, so it's not a bad thing that he hasn't been more active, but I think I would have liked to see him be a little bit more aggressive.
It does just seem a bit odd, right? You're passing up this point where that Anvil of Dawn has some additional value because everyone is spread out and he can suddenly have the numbers advantage, but it's not as if that value goes away, right? Anvil of Dawn, always a really strong tool, so certainly Thor can be strong at multiple stages, but this is the slowest pace we've had yet. Even game 1, which was slow in terms of kills, Radiance were very active. They were constantly invading the red buff and putting Sanguine on the back foot. Here, though, we haven't seen that same devotion to being at buffs every time they're up. These teams this time coasting a bit more towards that mid-game.
And we see this a decent amount in best-of-5 sets. Game 3 in a 1-to-1 set often ends up being a little bit slower because both teams really, really know that going up 2-1 is a massive advantage, that you only have to win one of the next 2 games in order to take the set home. So it's kind of what I expect in Game 3s a lot of time. Game 3 and Game 4s are always the most tense, and then Game 5 almost always ends up in a blowout in some way. It's just kind of how SMITE has historically gone. World semifinals are almost always incredibly close, long sets, and then finals usually a blowout. That's kind of how it ends up happening, one way or the other, historically in these sets. So no surprise to me that we're kind of slowing it down here in Game 3.
Maybe Radiance, though, looking to change that. A 3-man grouping near the Gold Fury. Make it 4 as Cyclone Spin rotates over 2. But Sanguine not caught totally unawares. Have Shinto, Netroid, and Panatom all here. That's enough to get Radiance off the objective, but they haven't given up their positioning just yet. Still hovering around this Fury and trying to test the response from Sanguine. The Oracles do belong to Radiance, so they've got the permanent vision and deny it to Sanguine more importantly as they pull the Gold Fury again. It's down to half. Aurora steps forward, and the Suns come out from Netroid, but Adapting is already behind him. Here come the snipes from Cyclone Spin, and Netroid in the dirt already. In the sky is Panatom, but there was nowhere good for him to gank. he ends up getting pulled back in anyway as Wrong Hue goes in. They bring Adapting down low and make it 1-for-1. A perfectly calculated, in air quotes, apple there as it bounces over to Aurora and brings him down low too. But Radiance continue to pull the Fury. They finally drop it as Sanguine shows some more presence.
And Radiance just really using their front line super effectively here. Aurora and Benji are just making sure that there is a brick wall between Sanguine and the back line of Radiance. Big Man and Cyclone are under no duress at all during that whole fight, whereas Netrioid, Shinto, Panatom, as soon as he lands, all pretty much under siege right away because the range advantage is certainly there for Radiance. I mean, you got these long-range stuns coming from Agni, bombs over the wall. That's a lot more guaranteed than something like Strife, which can be juked at times over the wall. It's a little bit narrow, pretty wide, but not super deep. So it's kind of easy to misjudge that over the wall. Your one, Unruly Magic on Discordia, pretty short range, all things considered, in comparison to something like the Agni. And then Cyclone, of course, has his ultimate, so he's able to continually affect these fights from a position where no one on Sanguine is going to be able to really punish him for it. That's why I think that this Nike pick has been really good, because these Radiance compositions have been predicated on making sure that there's so much distance between their backline and the enemy divers that it doesn't really matter. But Nike can get into that backline a little bit more easily with the quick jump, the blink, and the movement speed that Yarkor has been building.
Gold Fury down to half and Aurora gets caught out in the front line. He gets popped very early on. Panatom in the sky waits on Cyclone Spin to land, but cannot find the dunk. Can't find the hammer either. Cyclone Spin with the turn and burn. Sets up for Tings to get one. Benji gets a second as he shuts down Netroid. So 2 for 2 so far. But Benji on a mission, hunting down Shinto with Adapting, helping out. And Shinto cannot live through it all. They trade the tower aggro perfectly and cut down the Discordia. Radiant have found a way to somehow turn this fight into their favor, but now they're deep in the enemy jungle. Yarkor is hunting Adapting at this point to not let him find a back. They might not get away with this for free.
Adapting should be out. Big Man Ting steps up to give him a teleport target, and that'll be the end of that chase, I believe, onto Adapting, at least so I thought. I can't imagine a world in which Yarkor is actually able to catch and kill in this moment, and now that is an overextension by Sanguine. Jumps coming up from Yarkor.
But not in time. Benji ends up getting that kill, and what a sort of delayed, sloppy fight there. I mean, the whole time you were giving this speech in the first Gold Fury fight about all the range from Radiance, I kept thinking, well, shouldn't Panatom and Ronghue be able to put that to bed? But this is 2 fights in a row where I don't know that they've gotten enough value out of those 2 big ultimates. That's supposed to be their semi-global presence.
Yeah, definitely agree. That's, I think, one of the reasons why the Thor is such a good pick here for Sanguine, is because it can close that gap without having to worry about this Radiance front line. But Cyclone just is out of combat for so long in that ultimate that it's really hard for Panatom to really judge exactly when he's going to come down. Cyclone can see Panatom really freely when he's up at eye level with him, basically, in the sky. That makes it kind of difficult to surprise him. And then you have those frames when you're coming down where it's kind of immunity frames, kind of just because you're online, there's some server-client disagreement, but you could basically input a roll before you hit the ground and roll out really quickly. It's hard to land.
Wow, that wall looked like it locked down Benji for a moment, but instead it just kept him in the front line to keep getting aggressive. The Tier 1 tower falls and Radiance in further control. Another ultimate from Panatom that gets almost no value as Netroid is isolated as well. He does drop down the Suns, but the rest of Sanguine cannot capitalize. Instead of the well-oiled machine we saw in Game 2, this one much more creaky and disjointed. Radiance starting to pick them apart, but Adapting oversteps, I misspeak. He catches Shinto perfectly as they continue to manage their HP bars perfectly. He finally ends up falling to Yarkor, but I think he's largely happy with that trade.
Oh yeah, who cares, man? You got the Tier 2 tower in mid, you put down Shinto for the second time, 0-2 for the enemy mid laner. And look, Shinto's still 3rd highest player damage, 2nd highest on his team, but you're just not feeling the same impact out of this Discordia. I don't think that you're feeling the damage output and the CC that you do whenever he's playing something like the Merlin. I agree with what Herwin's saying on the desk. I think that you've got to start top 3ing these gods for Shinto, because you're allowing You know, instead of you've got Raijin, you've got this Discordia instead, and the Raijin just I think would be a big difference maker because he is so hard to dive as a backline diver because he just out DPSs you as soon as he goes up at the Taiko drops, and he's got a longer jump over the wall. I think that this Discordia pick hasn't been bad for Shinto, but it's 0-2, and we really haven't felt the impact despite the player damage being high.
Hasn't quite done enough as Pyromancer started up by Radiance. They enjoy a 7,000 gold lead after that last Fury fight plus the tier 2 and obviously the tier 1 they were able to grab. So they're now the ones pretty firmly in control of this match. Sanguine having to look up at a pretty strong deficit in these next couple of battles. But it isn't just that Shinto has struggled. This has felt a bit disjointed to me, really, from Sanguine. From what we normally see, Rongyu can't quite set up for the backline the way that we saw in Game 2 on this Horus pick. That hasn't yielded them any pressure. The Thor has been largely invisible to me as well here this game. I mean, Metroid has struggled to try and find room to breathe. Radiance are really doing a great job of breaking apart Sanguine.
And it's just so surprising to me, Finch, because I think that Sanguine's a team I give the most credit to knowing what to do in all situations at times.
Right.
It's been the same comp for Radiance, and they still don't know how to beat it.
Well, the Fire Giant started by Radiance, but look at how spread out they are. 2 on the objective, 2 members that are spaced out in 1 zoning. That leaves Yarkor stuck in the middle, so he jumps forward and gets a brand new health bar with the Sentinel Azus. Panatom goes looking for Tings in the backline, but that Aegis buys him a ton of time. Panatom saves the hammer the whole time and still manages to get out. Cyclone Spin falls as well. Netroid gets Aurora. Adapting still has Palau at the end of the fight. It does buy him some time and get him the kill onto Rongyu, but Yarkor shuts him down for the double. Shinto puts Benji into the dirt, and just when we question Sanguine, they flip on the switch and find the 5-for-1.
Wow, crazy how if we can just use our Thor to get immediately into the backline, how much easier our job gets for Sanguine. This is a little bit spooky. Netrioid, I believe, was the one tanking, and now it's going to change over to Shinto. They're going to be able to get this. Good Fire Giant juggle by the Sanguine boys. They were down how much? 7, 8K? Like a minute ago? Now they're within 2, and they're going to be able to get a whole lot more back really, really quickly. I just completely agree with what you were saying. I think that was the only fight where Panatom has really contributed, and it goes from looking impossible to beat Radiance to looking like child's play, because your jungler just does the job that you wanted him to do from minute 1, which was you force the Agni Dash, and then you dunk on him right away, and you punish him quickly.
Yeah, I wonder if swapping from Cyclone Spin, who he knows is out of combat, over instead to trying to get Big Man Tinks has helped. This is our look back at this work from Panatom, where he does all of this with autos, saves that hammer critically so he can get back out as well. That was huge work by him.
And then Yarkor continues to just be a beast on the backline, and the fact that Adapting misses those chains onto hitting the Nike, I think Adapting might double kill right there if he hits both those chains. That Palau pull, the actual connection with the Palau whenever you cancel it and pull them in, that's what does all the damage on that ultimate. And that ultimate does a lot of damage. I don't think people realize it. Everyone thinks of it as a CC tool because dodgies will often not level it until last. But when you get to this point, level 20, that'll do a couple hundred damage, even to a frontliner. So that miss was pretty critical.
Radiance, as they like to do, doing a bit of trade against a Fire Giant team. They send 4 to threaten the Tier 2 tower in the solo lane. Meanwhile, Sanguine grabbed the Tier 2 tower in the duo lane. And they're going to keep right on pushing. They've got 3 members now threatening the Phoenix. The other 2 are not too far behind, but Benji and Tings do enough to force them off the objective. But now Benji has lost over half his health. He'll make his way back to base. Things will be a-okay. So Radiance manufacture a way to trade out of Tier 2, but Sanguine are right in. Panatom went up, dunks down right onto Cyclone Spin and forces him out. And he doesn't even get up to the sky. Panatom gets the kill credit there. Meanwhile, Netrioid is somehow still alive. Adapting finally rectifies that, but that leaves Benji way out on his own. He makes his way back underneath the Phoenix. It's 1-for-1, hunter for hunter, but Rongyu with 20% HP blinks in, nearly pays for it right away as a Roar narrowly avoids the strife. Sanguine are walking a very thin tightrope.
Very thin indeed, but they've walked it for the most part. They're out, all except for Netrioid, who again, we've seen this from him a couple times this year, and it's always a concern when he is just way too far forward, lets himself get really caught out pretty easily there by the dive from Radiance. So you trade Hunter for Hunter, but you're always willing to do that if you're the team that's defending a Phoenix, because the enemy Hunter is who you have to worry the most about. Little surprised that Sanguine tries to capitalize. They were a little bit too late to get there while all the relics were still down. Big Man had his beads back up, but not that Aegis. Cyclone had the beads back up as well, so I think that Sanguine might have been a little bit wrong on their relic timers, thought that the backline didn't have them, or thought that they could punish them for not having Aegis while still having beads, and then we're just a little bit off the mark. But that is exactly how Panatom should be playing these fights. If you can land on the ROM, he's dead no matter what he does, because right there Cyclone beads, rolls, and then ults. But if Panatom just holds the hammer for the ult charge up and spaces it so that the double tap will happen pretty much instantaneously, if you max range it, the hammer projectile's fast. All it matters is that you're getting the double tap, and that charge up time for ROM is going to get him killed every time.
Very clean work from Panatom to at least get that kill, but hard to say much else was clean there, as Sanguine could not hold on to that advantage. They do have that left side Phoenix exposed, which is the more valuable one, as opposed to the one that they have closer to the Fire Giant that is exposed for Radiance if they want to try and push it down. Sanguine do grab the Pyromancer, and when they head back out for this next Fire Giant fight in 40 seconds, maybe they have the slight advantage of being able to head to the left side Phoenix if they get it. But we're about as close to even as we could be here at this point, Aggro. 29 minutes in, and with the fight happening about 20 seconds from now, everyone should have their relics just about up by then. It's going to be a pretty much even brawl.
Yeah, I just feel like Sanguine did not get enough off that FG, and maybe it's the call to go for the Phoenix. I still think that it must have been a thought on what the relic timer was, because otherwise that just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Because there was so much gold on the map, and yeah, you don't get a massive lead by going for those towers, and it looks like Sanguine mostly finished their items anyways, so it's not that bad to leave that gold on the map, but as we talked about in the last game, getting these towers down to make sure that your eventual Titan push is easier is really critical.
Benji goes in first. Panatom catches him with the wall. They trade a little bit of damage, but no harm, no foul. That is the Magai's Cloak proc, though, off Panatom, and Benji's been doing a good job of using the silence on the dash to proc these Magai's Cloaks whenever they pop up.
It's one of the few low-commit CCs that Radiance has, and I wouldn't even argue that's that low of a committal. You're using your dash in order to get it, which is certainly scary.
Aurora, though, stepping on the gas. They must have seen something they liked. The beads come out from Shinto very early on as Big Man Tinks is in trouble, but so is Shinto way in the back, adapting, able to make that kill happen. But the second that he lands, there should be a threat from the rest of Sanguine. Netroid gets the kill, but adapting posthumously gets the double, and they're able to lock down Panatom as well. This could suddenly turn into not just a fight win, but a game win for Radiance. They've made it a 3-for-1, but Sanguine regroup. They still have Yarkor and Rongyu, the frontline team, to try and hold on to this one as Radiance head towards FG.
No ultimate coming up for either one, though. And this Fire Giant is in hand, so it's going to take Radiance longer and deal out a little bit more damage. Maybe that's enough of a window for Sanguine.
Benji steps out, though, to try and zone Rongyu out, and there just was no opportunity for these tanks to steal. It looks like there will barely be an opportunity for them to hold on to their life, but the good news is it did take long enough to where Sanguine should have some backup in time, and now with these backs coming up from Radiance, that appears to be the case. Yes, they end up losing the Fire Giant, but if they can defend up against an enhanced one, then they're certainly still in.
Sure, but it's going to be pretty difficult. That time, Panatom just doesn't find his way into the backline at the same time that Yarkor does. Yarkor did a good amount of damage to Big Man, got both his relics, was in his face. Cyclone, on the other hand, was telling Big Man good luck, because I'm trying to put damage out onto the enemy backline with my ultimate at the exact same time. But it's a 2-on-1 in the backline in Radiance's favor, and because Shinto died so early, it's still an even fight on the front side of that team fight, which is just a losing recipe for Sanguine. I wonder if Panatom's just better served to not try and dunk in and save Netrioid in that slot and hit the frontliners like he did, but instead just turn and help out a Yarkor and let that dive be a little bit more effective. Yarkor lives, he gets out, he's okay, but if you take out Cyclone and Big Man in that fight, Radiance is pretty much hamstrung. They can't do fire.
Sanguine are delayed on their defense, but they do make it in time. Aurora takes a ton of damage, and Rongu kills him right away. The dunk from Panatom does land on the Cyclone Spin, but that's about all as Panatom's on the retreat. But Benji will fall too. The front line for Radiance has entirely buckled, adapting, continuing to run, but his beads now forced out. Sanguine may have been late to the party, but they brought all the snacks. They blow up Radiance, but adapting as the turnaround, Netroid falls as well. But overall, it's a 3-for-1 in favor of Sanguine.
Netrioid got absolutely crushed right there from adapting. He was half HP, a little bit higher actually, and got pulled in, no relics, and one shot. And that's what Daji does to you, man. I mean, if you're a backliner at all, then you get pulled by Palau, you're dead every time. But that time, Yarkor and Panatom just synergize much better. It's really been a pretty simple formula for me for these Sanguine teamfight victories. If Panatom and Yarkor were able to get onto the same targets, if they were able to get into the back line, if Aurora's going to build Deso, it's tempting to just use everything and insta-kill him. But at the same time, I think it means that your backline has a much easier time just winning their 2v2 against him because they have so much more damage than he can really handle with this build. Yes, he's going to be putting out a lot of damage, but he's not going to be nearly as tanky as he would be normally. So I like the idea of Panatom just ignoring the backline, letting Rongu do the peeling, because Rongu can then join you with his To the Skies later on. It's one of the big strengths of Horus. Win your backline fight for Sanguine with your backliners, and let Panatom and Yarkor kind of roam free in these fights. It's been a pretty obvious formula to me. When Panatom's on the backline, Sanguine looks like they're winning fights a lot easier.
Well, even though Sanguine won that last fight, Aggro, what did they get out of it? As far as I can tell, their left Phoenix is still up, and that is about it. They really had to spend the rest of that time trying to push out some of these waves, get what farm they could, and then make sure they were ready to be defending on this next Fire Giant. We're a minute away from it. This Pyromancer will be going down to Radiance here first, but Sanguine put a little bit of poke there into Benji. They're not willing to all-in commit, but we'll be having ourselves yet another fairly even fight around this FG.
I mean, when the enemy team has an enhanced Fire Giant, just keeping your left Phoenix up is good enough for me. A lot of the time,
pretty big.
You're just not going to be able to get a whole lot else off the map anyways, especially when you have to worry about Oni waves that were coming in. Radiance, I think, could have just played that a little bit more patiently, used those Oni waves that were coming up, but they saw an opportunity. They thought that Sanguine wasn't going to be there in time to defend that left side Phoenix, and can't fault them for that.
I think that spotted them. Yeah.
Yep, exactly. They tried to hit the gas before Sanguine could all get back and defend, but Sanguine's a little bit quicker, and sometimes that's just how it goes. You trust your shot caller to make a close call like that on whether or not you're waiting for Oni waves or trying to get that Phoenix quickly before they're out in position, and sometimes they're wrong.
Well, Yarkor pulls the trigger in the right lane, and Cyclone Spin is low. The Panatom dunk, though, a little bit too late, so Cyclone Spin makes it to the sky. But what about when he lands? The wall does not catch him, so Cyclone Spin does great work to avoid the entirety of Sanguine's backline dive. Now it's Adapting's turn. He boards the Relic from the backline, but Sanguine can reinitiate with this To the Skies Horus ultimate. They lose Yarkor right away, and Radiance withstand it all. Yarkor saw Cyclone Spin alone and right, but they could not capitalize.
Just not enough accuracy, frankly. I mean, just not enough damage nailed onto Cyclone Spin there. The Anvil of Dawn a little bit late. The wall was late as well on the come down. And as I've highlighted, it's really hard to punish Rom when he's coming down from that ultimate if he's got his roll cooldown up, but got to find a way to do it, and in that time Panatom did not.
And I think that's part of the reason why Radiance have prioritized this pick as the Fire Giant gets started up once again. Fire Giant now down to about half, so Rongyu feels forced to step in. He gets the knockup, but he is just being shredded in the backline by Cyclone Spin. Another easy kill for the ROM player as Shinto gets popped by Big Man Tings. This game has been very close until now, but Radiance are done with close. They'll burn the Fire Giant as well and get ready for another siege.
That bomb did 770 to Shinto.
Yeah.
Shout outs to Rod Up to Hootie, baby, making sure that you get to every little last bit of damage on those members that are below half HP. And Big Man putting out the damage for sure in this game. This Agni has been impressive for him all year, basically. He's looked really good on this pick. Him and Ven have really been the only two who play it consistently, but they make it look good.
We gotta follow Panatom here. Where he goes with this dunk is so critical, but Cyclone Spin responds by heading up with his own ult, and Aurora uses the time to get to the backline and blow up Netrioid. So still, Sanguine brought down to just 2 members to try and defend. Cyclone Spin makes quick work of the middle Phoenix. That has been taken as well. As Radiance play this one cautiously without adapting, they start to slow down, regroup. They know there's no relics or Big Man Tings. Plus, look at this minion wave in left. It's threatening that left side Phoenix. Radiance can't just freely push damage in mid. They have a lot to consider.
It's going to be close with this left Phoenix. Still a good amount of archers. I don't think it's going to fall, but yeah, it was awfully close on that left-hand side. And that would have been a huge deal. If that Phoenix would have gone down, I could very easily see a world where Sanguine groups up and tries to backdoor the Titan with that to disguise ultimate. It's still possible. I think it's still... I don't know, it just takes so much more time. It's really just that you have to walk now from left Phoenix into the Titan room. And that's enough time for the backs to go off and Radiance to be there and healthy and ready to go. That could have changed this entire game if that massive minion wave had gotten the left side Phoenix. And we're talking 1 more archer in the wave. Maybe 2 were necessary. That was close.
It was, but Radiance continue to come out ahead time and time again. And a lot of it, I think, is coming up to this dynamic between Cyclone Spin and Panatom, and whether or not Panatom can punish either him or Big Man Tings, but it looks like he's going for Cyclone Spin a lot more times than not. And so far in these last couple of skirmishes, Panatom hasn't been able to get it done.
Yeah, I think that you do just have to change targets now if you're Panatom and really take out Big Man. Big Man's been doing more damage basically all game. Cyclone is going to do late game Hunter stuff. He sold his boots, gotten his Titan's Bane. That's the best part of the entire game for a Hunter. Once you get that Titans, now you feel like you do 1 million damage to everyone all the time because you do. But yeah, it's still nice. I feel like Big Man has been such a big part of the CC chain and the longer range damage. No CC immunity in the kit. I think that Panatom's got to find the Agni.
This left side Phoenix Siege, it might just be everything here for Sanguine. Rongyu goes up to the skies right away. Old Sandin forced out the dash from Big Man Tings. Benji doesn't find a lot with his ultimate either, so Netroid steps forward to put out some damage. They're trying to lock down Benji, but they don't have the potential. Meanwhile, Adapting wins the 1v1 against Panatom in mid. Big plays being made by the dodgy pilot from Radiance is now with the 5v4 advantage. They can regroup and look to re-siege left.
Man, if we made skins for winning the playoff series, then this would be a Radiance.G skin coming soon. Adapting's been nailing it.
And Rongyu gets melted by those Agni bombs. What were you saying about Big Man Tings' damage? Because it looked pretty good to me. Yarkor now starting to buckle as well as he's pushed further and further from range of contest. Radiance take the left side Phoenix, but again, they show some patience. They're going to heal up and try and sustain around this Terra.
Perfect timing for this minion wave to spawn as well. Cyclone's going to be full HP by the end of it. This should be game 3.
It absolutely should. Sanguine only have Shinto, Yarkor, and Netroid, and not really any ultimates to speak of to try and defend. It's just Yarkor's that could potentially be helpful, but there's no way that it is enough. That's game number 3 and the 2-1 in favor of Radiance. But this set is not over yet, Aggro. We still got to get that all-important 3rd win, but right now Radiance looking pretty good.
They're looking good, but again, I think that they're just doing the exact same composition every time. And I often say until a team shows you they can beat it, keep doing it. And yes, Sanguine won a game, but I think that game was still close enough that I'm willing to go back to that same strategy for Radiance. I just wonder how many cracks at this composition is it going to take Sanguine to really understand how they need to play against it, what we need to pick in order to get into the backline and really be effective here. I think they were on the right track with this composition, but I think Panatom just had an uncharacteristically rough game on that Thor, and ultimately Sanguine ended up a little bit short.
Agreed, they've struggled here. And really, Radiance don't let them have the same tools to try and fight it every time. I mean, this time they're using Shinto on the Discordia as opposed to the Merlin, so that does affect the calculus. And if the equation's constantly shifting, then it will be harder to find that solution. But either way, Radiance in control right now, 2-1. I don't know how the desk is going to make sense of what an excellent set this has been, but I trust Goremizer to be able to handle it.
Well, like you said, it has been an excellent set between these two teams. Everything, just keeping it going. And now Radiance have the 2-1 lead, as was mentioned. And hey, guys, how are you watching this amazing set right now? I mean, be able to come up on Twitter, much like what Soviet Bear here. Use hashtag SBL and tweet at us at SMITE Pro. Make sure you get featured. I'm going to throw this out there. Not only is he 3D modeling for homework in this, but I see a Chibi Amir. I see the stream. I see a couple of dollar bills there. I mean, he's got everything going on in this picture. So go ahead and show us how you're watching this game, because the set just keeps getting more and more intense. And I will say that, because it's funny to me, my notes start off with game starts. I had a little bit about the early game heroine, and then I just kind of put 20 minutes later, because then we finally started seeing some rotations from like the solo lane, from Benji, and that's when the pace really started to pick up in this 41-minute game.
Yeah, both these teams kind of have that kind of play style where they rotate their solos over and they really start to get things going. They're both maybe slower teams as well, so I kind of did expect these games to be running a bit later. This one went particularly late. Not too surprising, especially with the way the compositions were drafted, but yeah, I mean, it was really back and forth, especially for those last 20 minutes. I really just didn't know which way it was going to go.
Yeah, it was a really weird turn, because like at the beginning, again, things are maybe a little slower. You return back to, I think, what it was in Game 2, where even when Sanguine are maybe winning some of their fights and their engagements, you have to look at the gold numbers up above, because, I mean, look at these. They're up in kills, down in gold, and that just seems to be the theme right now that's going on. And, not too far from these highlights, Sanguine get a deicide. They get Fire Giant. They go and try to siege some Phoenixes, pre-30 minutes. It's just Radiance's lead, I would argue, their gold and control that really stop it from getting anywhere.
Yeah, no, I mean... And I think a lot of it just comes down to the way like they're picking as well in these games. I think Radiance has kind of once again got their just core picks. They got this Amma, this Terra, this Rama. I think it's really just kind of deciding, like you're saying, like how this game is kind of running here. And ultimately, it always just comes back to being in Radiance's control after a certain point, which is totally what I'd expect.
So I guess there's two ways to look at this. Aggro was mentioning it at the very end there of the cast, which is, when, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Radiance, obviously, it's working. There's no need to change anything, especially a big man's going to go 6-1 here on the Agni. But there's something to be said about Sanguine maybe not being able to quite crack this one down and break through where Radiance have been able to pick up. So, I mean, I guess if you're, trying to change for this game, maybe let's say you're in Sanguine's shoes, where is your priority? Where is your targeting on Radiance to stop this and turn it around?
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm to be honest on that topic, I'm a bit worried for them because I'm not really sure what they should look at right now, because it seems like there's a lot going on. I think they just need to, if I were them, I would just try to dismantle this core kind of going on with the Terra and the Amma and the Rama. Try to, they can probably first pick the Rama away like they did in the second game, and I think that's a good start. I think, Jarkor plays a really good Amma as well. I think the Amma's been a really core component of this comp too. Take away the Amma, I don't really think they can afford to do much about like the Agni pick and stuff, even though it's looked really efficient. But like I said, I think you just go to like the core that's running these comps, take that part, dismantle that, and see where you get. Because they're kind of giving them, in my opinion, everything they want right now.
Well, you got to pull the carpet out from under their feet as it is. Don't let them keep getting the same thing because they're obviously pretty comfortable with it as things have been going. Even their Game 2 loss was pretty close, and we'll have to see what Sanguine change here for game number 4. Set is on the line now. I mean, you lose this one if you're Sanguine, and you are out of it as far as things are concerned. And, you know, I think we've not gotten to talk about it too much today, so I'll highlight it. You're getting a little bit of cash prize if you get first overall in this tournament. I believe $50,000 for the team. It's not a bad chunk of change to be putting in your pockets.
Bad, no.
But there's also the points that, you know, come throughout the year. If you are the number 1 team in the Phase 2 playoffs, you get a seat at Worlds. But if you have the most points after that as well, you get a spot at Worlds as well, a seed at Worlds. So you're not going to have to be worried about playing for anything and things like that. So it's really important here how many points you're going to be getting. I think 3rd and 4th get the same amount, but if you can make it all the way to 1st, that's 90 points, which is going to start you very far ahead of the rest of the pack. And it does come down to this. You said disrupt the core of what Radiance have, and they are going straight to it. Terra and Amaterasu band away. Is there anything that Radiance can pick up that maybe brings the same effort, or are they going to have to change their game now?
Yeah, I think Radiance are going to have to show that they can do something else now. Their 2 wins were kind of off this, like I said, that comp with the Terra, the Yama. Now that both of those are gone, I think they're going to... I don't know if they're going to stick to the same kind of playstyle. I don't know if that's even possible without those characters in the game, but they're definitely going to have to dig a bit deeper now and kind of show something else.
Well, they get rid of the Kamazatsu, Moja, King Arthur on the other side. And my bets are probably on something Shinto related here. I don't know which one it's going to be, but it feels like he's been at least one of these top 6 bands that we've seen so far. And it's actually going to be the Nike this time around that's coming through. So now we can switch back to this conversation that we've had, I feel like, at the beginning of every single game, saying we haven't done this.
I'd love to not have
should
it
go to mid. They can't pick the Nike this time, so it feels like someone, either Netrioid or Shinto, is gonna get their pick here, right?
Yeah, Heim's open as well, which is cool. You know, I think he's a really cool character to watch. I mean, maybe not as fun to play against, but he's been banned all this time, so I like to see them pick him up. I know Netrioid can play this character; he showed it a bit before, so as long as they pick Shinto on the next 2 picks, though, on your topic, I think I'll be happy. Raijin or Merlin, please.
Just keep Shinto happy. Well, it looks like the Merlin maybe going to get stolen away. That's the other thing, you know, we talk, I think, pretty much all this year we've gotten to talk about how Shinto has been essential for Sanguine, and we've talked about it a lot today. But realistically, I mean, Big Man has been phenomenal for Radiance today.
Yeah,
I mean, showing up in a lot of those games. Again, Agni maybe isn't, you know, someone that stands out to me personally as someone who's supposed to go 6-1, but even last game having such a stellar slash line on a god that is maybe a little less impactful than a Merlin. Now you get the Merlin Khepri combo for Radiance. This feels like a really good start based on what we've seen today.
Yeah, I want to say I think this is an excellent drafting strategy as well. They've let them get the Heimdall first pick, which is obviously like a high-quality pick, but they know they're going to pick that pick. They bait them into picking it, and then they plan to take away the Merlin, which they don't want them to have anyway, and they can get themselves, and they plan to take away the Khepri. So I feel like as far as second pick goes, that's just about as good as you can do it so far. We do see the Sanguine is picking up the Raijin, which I'm very, 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 very glad to see. I think it's been a mistake in the draft so far. Now they've got 2 really high-quality carries. I think they've got a great start to their draft as well. I think both teams have done a good job here so far.
Well, now I'm at a loss of what to talk to. The script Hindu gave me said keep grilling Hurry about mid lane, but now that they've locked it in, they've got the Raijin. I don't know where to go with this one anymore. All of our conversations are out the window. They grab the Jormungandr here. I think the first time we won't see them on the Nike. They get the Raijin, they get the Heimdall. I think, you know, you cover up the team. I don't think it matters. Every SPL team would love to have these top 3. But, you know, it feels like it's missing in essence. You know, if you're looking for the rest of the core, you know, the support, the jungler, what do you mix up with this to maybe make it mesh and give you a W?
The thing is, I'm not really sure. It kind of just depends on what Sanguine want to do. I mean, if I were to go to like the traditional picks, I'd expect Sanguine to maybe pick a Naja or a Susano here, because that's typically what, you know, Phantom goes to for jungle, and then support could be a lot of different things. Maybe we see the Jing 10 come out. I think Jing 10's pretty good into their comp. We haven't seen that in a while. He might just stick to the Horus. Doesn't look like they're going to ban out supports. He might go back to that. I think that could be okay. But they kind of have a lot of options. But the way Sanguine picks, I kind of expect them to stick to their usual stuff.
just keep holding on to what they have, which is what Radiance just did. They grabbed the ROM once again, which it might not be the exact same, 3 that have been coming through, but they're still happy with it. And this is the double-edged sword portion of the I guess fight that is picks and bans, where both teams still need a jungler, and neither of them got their priority pick. So it is that Najai you mentioned, the Pele we saw successful earlier. I mean, the Thor that we've seen successful for Sanguine and Radiance in the past. It feels like the junglers are going to be kind of fighting for the top picks that are left afterward. Do you feel like there's enough assassins out there that are viable right now that they're not going to be stressing too much about it?
Yeah, I think all the really high quality ones that both teams are worried about are off the table, so I'm not really sure what they're going to go towards. Maybe Sanguine goes towards the Erlang, maybe Adapting goes back towards the Daji that's been working, even though I don't think it's been the ideal comps. He obviously looks super competent on that. Yeah, I guess that makes sense that he goes to that.
Yeah.
That's also a pick that Sanguine doesn't play, so it makes sense that they want to leave that open because they feel like they can take it away, or they can just grab a jungler no matter what as long as it's not getting banned. I don't know what Sanguine picks here. I would guess Susano, but I don't think it's great into their comp, so actually I have no idea what Panatom's going to pick here. Erling, I guess, would be my guess.
It's that real awkward, I guess, line you have to walk down when you're in this position as Sanguine. They get the Ganesh, which I'm always a big fan of personally. But that Daji, I think it's so interesting that it's been highlighted so well because maybe Adapting isn't having these 17-5 slash lines or anything at the end of the day. Sometimes not even 6-1 like we saw at a big man this last game. But this Daji yesterday, today, has been a very big, impactful god for them. And it kind of feels like Sanguine aren't quite sure how to deal with it. I mean, the Powwow burns a lot of beads. It puts you in an awkward position.
Yeah, I think Ganesh is a very underrated character. I'm surprised we haven't seen more of it in this tournament. I think that he does a lot of things very well. He can be aggressive. He can be defensive. You have a lot of options with him. I think he's got a pretty strong kit, but not every player plays him.
Mm-hmm.
He's one of. They did pick. I wanted to say they did pick the Susano. I don't think it's the most ideal game. I think they're kind of exposing Panatom a little bit here. If he played the Vamana, I think that could have been a great game for it, for example. But he has to go back to the Susano every time, which I don't think it's an ideal game for it. Maybe he'll prove me wrong. I wouldn't be surprised. He definitely has before, but I guess we'll see.
It goes back to a conversation, and this is, pre-win streak Sanguine that I remember having this, but there was one thing that was always said about Sanguine, and maybe one of their key weaknesses is that, yeah, they're great at 5v5, maybe their early game could use some work, but realistically, it is kind of the god pools they have being maybe not too deep. You can't really go anywhere after the first few are taken away. Do you feel like that's something that's hurting them here? You have to go the Raijin. You have to go the Susano. And while Raijin is still a top pick, it still feels like they are limited in what's going to find them success.
Yeah, it hasn't been a problem so far, but I think this tournament is kind of showing that it can be a problem. And, I mean, we'll see. Maybe they'll still prove us wrong. They've been doing that plenty of times before.
Well, it's time to see if they can prove us wrong. It's time for them to do so, because otherwise they're knocked out of the bracket, and the first seed curse maybe comes true here. Radiance looking for game number 3 right now.
Thanks, Gore. We're finally going to be seeing Radiance with a different composition here, aggro, and I think that's just got to be the central focus. Aurora on the Khepri, Benji instead of the Amaterasu is on the Cullen, but is that going to be enough? I mean, Adapting still gets the Daji. Cyclone Spin still has the ROM. A lot of those good pieces are still there.
Yeah, agreed. And it's not like Radiance is trying picks they haven't played literally yesterday. I mean, Aurora on this Khepri was really, really hard to deal with yesterday on that pick. And Benji, while he didn't play Cullen yesterday, has a skin for this character when he won Worlds with the United Season 4 because he dominated on this pick in particular. So, yes, Radiance has a different composition. Yes, it's going to have to change the way they play, but I still feel like they're not upset with what they came away with. My main focus here in this game is going to be, can Panatom be more effective on this Susano pick? He played it in Game 1. Don't think he had the greatest game then. Coming off another subpar performance from him on that Thor game. And how is Netrioid going to perform on this Heimdall?
Well, you mentioned the skin. Is Benji using it over there in the solo lane? I think we saw it indeed, so you love him kind of showing off a little bit. That's his, man. Should have his name on the back of it, so no reason why Benji can't run around with that one, as you just highlighted. But you're so right, I think, to focus on Panatom, I think, to get a bit more back into the actual game itself, because he did struggle a bit on the Thor, didn't he? And the Susano, I don't know if that was exactly it either. There were some times where it left a bit to be desired. Herwin was even a bit worried about it on the desk, saying that maybe he'd have been better off with something like a Vamana or some other pick. Panatom has looked great this year. He's a big part of why Sanguine were the first seed. They really need him to step up in this game in particular.
No doubt. I mean, your jungler is usually the biggest difference maker in all senses. As here he comes to the duo lane again. This is where he likes to sit early on. But I don't know it's going to result in a kill. In fact, it's Rongyu in trouble.
He is, but it won't be enough for a return kill. But still, that's about as good as you can ask for when you're getting ganked with that kind of coordination. The silence from the Ganesh from Rongyu was there the second that Panatom showed up to try and guarantee that gank to work, but it just was not enough damage. They got the shell out from Aurora, though, which means that maybe they'll be a bit softer if they want to look for another gank.
And it's this dodgy that's really forcing the hand of Sanguine. Look at how many beads they've got. 4. And the only one that doesn't have it is the guy who literally can't get pulled by Paolo. And that's why I'm just really surprised at these bans from Sanguine, because they've got an opportunity to ban dodgy in the second phase every game, basically, so far. At least the last 2. And they've chosen not to. But particularly if you're planning on picking Ganesh, Susano, bottom 2, I think you have to put a little bit more respect on the dodgy. I don't know. I'm just a little bit surprised because it warps the way that you're going to have to team fight. It makes your Susano even weaker. Pre-12, which is already a kind of a weak point for him. Losing a team fight relic in support is oftentimes a really big deal. I think that really plagued PK and Neil Ma yesterday. Because of this dodgy pick, I'm just surprised that they're willing to give it enough respect to pick up beads across the board, but not enough respect to ban it.
Right. Is it really so much more of a concession as opposed to not having a blink for that level 2 gank you're going to go for than it is to ban it out in the pick and ban phase? It's an interesting discussion, but I mean, I don't know, man. Sanguine must be pretty confident in their ability to play against him since they've let it through here. And they are choosing to come in active. Phantom did look for an early gank, despite the fact that he couldn't pick up that aggressive blink relic in that slot. So the idea might be to try and see if they could just outvalue it, to look to try to start these fights, knowing that Adapting would probably prefer to do some farming, at least through this timing, though. Right when I say that, he goes for a gank over in left. It does get the beads out from Rongyu, but Netroid stays safe.
Still, 1 set of beads. That's now a pretty easy kill condition for Radiance over here on this side of the map. And it doesn't even really need Adapting. Just a Khepri abduct into ROM damage from here oftentimes will end up doing the trick, especially with Rongyu's choice of boots. He goes for the Shoes of the Magi, the power boots here. The most you can get in a boots option, the lifesteal irrelevant for him, but just kind of leaning into this Ganesh one-shot potential that you can have if you can lock him down on those Dharmic Pillars.
It's a lot. It really is, man. The damage that Ganesh can put out. As he said, if he can lock you down on those Dharmic Pillars. I mean, even the Turn of Fate, that first ability could put out quite a good bit of damage, too, if you're not expecting it. So I like this idea to try and leverage some of what Ganesh can do, but Netroid playing it safer rather than sorry, using the Bifrost to reposition. You heard Herwin say that it's fun to play against, or fun to watch, if not fun to play against, and I think that's what he means. A lot of fun ways to pilot this Heimdall.
Just, you got options, man. You got a lot of options with this character, and it's hard to play against because he just has so much information at all times. Information is so valuable in a competitive setting, and Heimdall gets more than anybody in the entire game because he sees you after you walk out of vision for a little bit longer. His 1 reveals the whole area around him. It's really difficult to find your way onto the backline against this character. And I like the pick up against the Dodgy in particular, although Dodgy also, I think, does have some tools in order to actually survive or get a successful gank off. So much of what makes Heimdall safe, and in my mind, I actually think Heimdall is probably the safest hunter in the whole game. I think he's probably safer than Jingwei, especially late game. Because so many times when you're playing Jingwei late game, you die on the airstrike warm-up. Never a problem.
You don't have time to get it off.
For Heimdall. Never a problem. You're out of there instantly with Bifrost if you're doing your short porting correctly. And he's got this knockback on the 2. He outtrades junglers, which no hunter can really do through Heartseeker damage except for Heimdall with his extra damage on his autos. and the CC immunity on the ultimate that also does a lot of damage at the same time. You just have a lot of tools to never get got on by surprise, and then to get them off of you whenever they get on top of you. And Da-G does have that knockback immunity on the 2 and knock-up immunity, so she won't care too much about that Gallarhorn cancel. Problem is, that's usually so fast. If adapting Trickster Spirit's on top of Netrioid, he can knock you back before you start your 2 channel because it's pretty much instant. He can use that ultimate to hit you right away. I think that Da-G maybe could potentially have a pretty good matchup there. I think it's something worth exploring, but just on paper, theory crafting wise, I just don't see how it's easy for any assassin to really kill Heimdall easily.
Yeah, I recall a Cubo Fred game. I don't remember who was piloting the Heimdall, but he was struggling on the Kali to get back there to him. It was Netroid. That's perfect then, isn't it? Because Netroid's on the Heimdall here. Now that's a situation where I don't think it should have been happening, right? Kali,
correct.
If he's ulting, before he gets in there, shouldn't have to worry about it. But it does go sort of to say that in a world where you don't have it, as Big Man Tings might not have a life, you could be in trouble. A great res though from Aurora allows him to get out of there. But this is that Ganesh damage we were talking about earlier. The Dharmic pillars over the wall is what put Tings in that situation in the first place.
Rongyu did all the damage, basically, it felt like, right there, but just couldn't get in range to silence Aurora. He had the right idea, he was just a step too slow on realizing what was going to end up happening right there. So good play by Aurora on the Khepri. You trade ultimate for ultimate. You still force Big Man back to base, whereas Shinto has been out and farming and being effective anyways.
Up into the Taiko drums goes Shinto for the CC immunity and for all of this damage. This is another big part of what makes Raijin scary, but adapting doesn't care. He goes right through it with some help from Big Man Tings. Ganesh silence does allow for Rongyu to reposition back underneath the tier 1, but Panatom still in range, able to get out of there with that last bit of the dash. But it's Radiance who find the first blood off of Sanguine's aggression.
And just a little bit too difficult for Shinto to lock down Aurora over that wall. Knew he needed to use all damage shots on Taiko drums, and that nerf that came in on the bonus balance, I think, might have actually made the difference there in saving Aurora's life. A little bit of damage off that front end of Taiko drums, the lower levels on base damage, and Aurora barely ends up surviving, and that's a huge deal because not only does Aurora survive, but it makes it so that First Blood actually goes Radiance's way, whereas before I think it would have been First Blood for Sanguine and a return kill for Radiance. This is far better situation for the team that's up 2-1.
And it's impactful. I think a big part of Raiden's value that people weren't giving him quite enough credit for was just how much damage Taiko drums did. Like now, even a little bit ahead of that, right? Like right at level 5, it's so much damage.
Yep.
And in that time frame. And a lot of the situations, he's not using it at max range either. He's basically barrel stuffing you with it. Now that was a scenario where he had to line those shots up and couldn't get them all to connect. But a lot of the times with Raiden, he's able to pretty much guarantee he's going to hit all 4.
And look, even today, if you're playing Raijin and and you've got eyes on the jungler and you're level 5 and you've got your whole kit up, just jump in and kill him. It's kind of like what Netrioid's doing to Cyclone.
Well, Cyclone Spin jumped into him. It was a miscalculation, but Netrioid thinks better of it, uses that Bifrost to reposition. Now, that was a lot of ground he just covered, so that's going to hurt his Bifrost cooldown, but he came out the better in that fight and forced Aurora to use the ultimate. I think he's happy with that trade. Plus, he got Cyclone Spin's beats.
Oh yeah, no, Netrioid very pleased with how that went down, and just perfect mechanics from that position, honestly. He canceled his 2 properly, the 1 was there on time, beautiful.
Panatom, knowing that he's going to get pulled, use the Typhoon, but it's just so much damage from the Da-G. If she knows where you're standing, good luck getting it away. So Yarkor wants to get this kill in the Big Man Tings, makes it happen with the dive, and then goes into the ultimate. Perhaps he could track down adapting behind the tier 2 tower, but a blink still available, and now Yarkor should be dead to rights way beyond the tier 2 tower. I like the idea, but he just couldn't find it.
Benji's still able to clean up Rongyu in the mid lane, and now Yarkor is dead to Cyclone Spin's eventual rotation in. Cyclone helps Benji get 1 kill, and now comes over and is going to be able to help set up another or snag it for himself. He'll choose the latter and put himself on the board. That's a good series of events there from Radiance, and it's centered around this Da-G once again, punishing Panatom for not having purification beats. The Robin ban in particular, I mean, Robin's like fine. He's good enough to see play, but when the whole composition for Radiance has been just wait for adapting to pull people in and get beads, I'm just very surprised that Sanguine's let him have it again.
Yeah, I mean, adapting has not been shy so far this tournament about how much he likes this dodgy. He looks in every opportunity that he gets. So, I mean, at a certain point, you would think it would have value just in kind of forcing him off his rhythm and making him, adjust to a new pick, aside from all the obvious in-game value that it would get. But still, despite the 4-1 slash line, it's not that bad a situation for Sanguine. They're only down, 200 or 300 gold. They certainly could be up more if they were able to convert off that great play Netroid made, but they're not in a bad spot as Aurora loses half his health. Adapting gets aggressive, trading onto Panatom, will now go up on the Palau for another free kill. This Daji is looking really oppressive.
Really is. I mean, he's doing enough damage that I'm surprised that there's not a heavier commitment onto Rongyu there, because his beads were forced by Aurora a little bit earlier on. So I think that could have been another kill for Radiance, especially with Aurora having Scarab's Blessing up. But I guess Radiance want to make sure they don't overcommit at this point, because they're in a good spot. They've got all the momentum. Yep. The lead is not really there in terms of numbers, but I think it's pretty clear which team is being the more proactive one, and right now it's Radiance.
And remember, there was a small moment where Sanguine were trying to force a play. They got the good work from Netroid to force the BHM Cyclone Spin. The ult from Aurora was down. They went to the Gold Fury, they started for a second, and they saw Radiance were on their way rotating, so they went for the collapse. But Adapting got right out of there with the Palau, had to turn around and kill. And since then, Sanguine have kind of ceded all the momentum back over to Radiance.
It's really just been centered around this Daji, too. And Big Man's doing his job on the Merlin, safe, long-range damage and CC from a distance. Cyclone has a small lead on Netroid, even though Netroid won their little skirmish on that left-hand side. It wasn't able to truly punish Cyclone for not having his purification beads. And don't get punished for it. Is it like he even used them? No harm, no foul on that left-hand side, and Cyclone's been able to leverage a small lead over here.
And we saw how much damage the ROM Merlin could do to objectives back when Sanguine had it on their side. I believe that was game 2, the one they were able to win. Now that Radiance have it for them, that's one more thing Sanguine have to kind of keep in the back of their mind. It's not just that they've been losing these battles, it's that if you lose a fight and Radiance have even a small window on the Fury, they can absolutely burn it. The same for Pyro and the FG. Sanguine can't afford to take these skirmishes and then give the advantages over to Radiance.
And both these solo laners haven't really been able to be here for a full 5-on-5. They both cleaned up some kills later on in engagements, but I feel like at this point I'd still rather have the Cucullin than the Yorm. A big itemization advantage now for Yarkor as he's been able to reset back by an Onis. That's going to make him a lot tankier and really help him out, whereas I'm sure Benji has some pretty solid golden hand based on the fact that he's only 3 items deep. But I feel like this is a good opportunity still for the Cucullin to come over off a reset potentially and make a big impact, because Mystical Mail still ends up doing a lot of damage at this point in the game. He just needs to get a little bit tankier first, and I think that might be why Radiance is waiting around a little bit. Let Benji get an Onis of his own, something along those lines, and then set him up to be a monster in these team fights.
He'll be scary. Both he and the Jormungandr have been basically proxy farming all game so far under very little pressure, except for when they rotate into the 1 or 2 fights they were in. So they've both been farming relatively well. Cyclone Spin and Netroid, though, not too far behind them right now. Level 16 for Cyclone Spin, holding on to that small experience advantage that he's had. But this has been the pace of almost all of these games, relatively slow throughout the early game, and then Radiance able to do a little bit more in the late game. They had such strong team fights with their previous compositions with the Terra, the Ama, the Daji, and the Rom. But this time when they rotated these team fights, it'll be the Cucullin and the Khepri. Still strong, but maybe not quite so oppressive that Sanguine can't maybe overcome it with a little bit of just can-do attitude in their impressive team fighting in the late game.
Boy howdy, John! What a great idea! Let's just try harder. This time I can't punch through his armor, but I'll just punch harder.
I've been
and then I'll be
watching
able
too much
to get
My
through it.
Hero, okay? That's how they win all their fights. So.
That's right. Just punch harder next time. But hey, maybe it'll work, just like it does for Midoriya, All Might, and everyone else in the show. Great show, by the way. I'm not hating.
So fantastic. But this is a little bit more real here for these players. A lot on the line as the Gold Fury gets started up. Longview did take some initial poke, but Radiance looks like they're happy to take a skirmish. Both solo laners will be a part of this fight. As you highlighted, we haven't seen them here for minute 1 yet, so this could be particularly telling. The Fury now down to about half, and it's held by Radiance. But up to the sky goes Cyclone Spin. Panatom is already removed. He will die with the Typhoon up and never getting that value. Now Wrong-You in trouble. A double kill for adapting on the Dodgy as he continues to dominate Sanguine, but Yarkor steps in. Shinto puts into the damage onto Benji, and suddenly it is a 2-for-1. Maybe Sanguine could stick around on this Fury after all.
Benji never got a chance to back, so he was pretty squishy in that fight. He's just now purchased that High to the Urchin. I think if he had been able to back before that fight, that goes even better for Radiance, but Shinto just put out so much damage with the Taiko drums. He basically 100-0'd Benji by himself from that position because the Runic Shield just isn't enough damage. He wasn't in range for the passive either to give the damage reduction to that Raijin. But so far, it's really been adapting is just vastly outperformed Panatom so far in this game, hasn't it? I mean, 3-0-3. This Dodgy has been
not just this game
absolutely everywhere running the game. And Panatom has really been able to do a whole lot of nothing so far.
And it's surprising. Panatom's been a big part of what's gone well for Sanguine up until this point. He's looked excellent at times. He and Shinto in particular were almost Bruise Brothers-esque, right? I mean, these two moving around the map together were a combo that other teams have feared, but right now it hasn't been quite enough here from them. Sanguine keep coming up a little bit short, and I'm wondering if the jungle is where more of that could come from. I mean, we highlighted in that fight, he obviously did not get all his value out there, but still, Sanguine remain in striking distance. I mean, look at the gold. They're actually ahead. I mean, maybe it's not all that bad for them yet.
Somehow, I don't know. They're able to find all this farm.
You're going to knock the can-do attitude? It's working.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe it is. Maybe that's all they needed this whole time. It was just a little bit of elbow grease and what some building some character
mentality, maybe,
Yeah. Oh well, no, we don't want that. No, sir. We're staying away from that one. But Radiance has been able to get a lot of kills, but really hasn't been able to convert into any objectives. This is kind of reminiscent to me of their game 1 against PK in the quarterfinals yesterday, where they were winning a lot of fights, but not doing a whole lot after the fact, and that ended up being the only game they lost in that set. So I think that the Radiance is likely feeling the pressure to start getting a tangible lead.
Looks like that's what they're working on, is they start up this Fury yet again, and even though they've won these fights, they've not been able to actually claim the objective, but they're burning it quick. It's down to half, adapting, lurking off to the side, and look at the solo laners, Yarkor and Benji, way off doing their own thing that Benji's coming out way ahead on, at least so far, as the Gold Fury still leashed, now down to about 3k health, but they drop it again. Sanguine are doing enough just to stay in range and dissuade Radiance from committing.
It's a really good poke onto Yarkor by Benji. That's actually super relevant here, and look at all the space that Radiance has.
They drop the Fury. Instead, they look for the fight. Adapting goes up to the Palau, but doesn't get as much value this time. He commits and gets the kill on the Wrong-You, but finally, Panatom gets to live through the fight. Radiance takes the Fury, but Benji takes Panatom's life. Yarkor, in the thick of it, ends up dying, but Shinto does take care of Adapting, but it's a 3-for-1 plus the Fury for Radiance. They're in dominant control at this point, and Sanguine are completely on the back foot. It's just the back line that's still alive.
Little surprised it took Radiance so long to just go and get the actual objective. They really wanted to fight, it felt like right there. But hey, at the end of the day, they get the Fury anyways, so it's not too big of a deal. And now, a tangible lead. 3,500 experience, 1,300 gold. The gold's certainly not a big deal. And experience becoming less and less relevant because a lot of people are already pretty close to level 20. Shinto is actually the first one there, besides Benji. So you know that this game is still very close, but now Relic's down on a lot of the backliners for Sanguine, in particular Beads for Panatom, Shinto, and Wrong-You, that whole 3v3 core. Adapting as soon as that Palau's up is probably going to look to get aggressive again.
That means the Pyromancer will belong to Radiance, and I don't think they're done there. They're positioning near the fire, but not starting it up yet, maybe to see if they can force someone on Sanguine to overcommit, but they don't even have the information. Now Radiance will start up the Fire Giant. Yarkor and Rongyu back in position to try and frontline it up, but Rongyu again takes so much free poke, he can barely even make it out. Adapting gets the kill for it, and yet again, Sanguine are in a 4v5, but they're ready to commit. Typhoon from Panatom does hit nearly everybody in the backline, so Yarkor goes into his ultimate. He knocks up a couple members. Benji is low too, but they're not able to find the kill. But at the very least, Radiance can't do FG.
Yeah, and they don't lose Panatom or Shinto, both of whom were in big danger that team fight for not having those beads. Adapting, I guess, didn't find them with that powwow, a little focused on making sure that Rongyu ended up dying off of the CC chain started by Aurora and Big Man Ting. So overall, pretty good there for Sanguine. I think that had the potential to be a game loser and ultimately a phase 1 ender right there with the state of the relics walking in.
Trying to think of a good analogy for this. This is like a boxing match where they get a lot of hits but no significant strikes. I mean, Sanguine are very much in this game despite how one-sided it has looked. And now Benji getting locked down. Good ultimate from Aurora. Hasn't had to use it a lot, but this time it keeps Benji alive. So Sanguine relent on the pressure, but so do Radiance. They're no longer threatening the Fire Giant. They're just full-on backing up.
Yeah, it's just one of those games where it feels like Radiance should have such a bigger lead, and I think that Sanguine is doing a really good job of playing with with understanding of the numbers. Like they understand that they really aren't that far behind, even though it feels like they might be. And Radiance against some teams that might not have as much confidence or maybe not have been together quite as long. They don't have as cohesive a call structure. I think they might have been able to get a Fire Giant by now or win a team fight hand over fist by now against some other teams by just constantly going to fire and putting Sanguine in a high-stress situation. You know, we've got to defend this, and we've been losing every team fight, so maybe we just don't defend, you know, or we overextend and we go in too far. That really hasn't happened at all for Sanguine. They've played these fights in a very measured, very calculated way, and that's been impressive to me so far. They haven't let the feeling of the game override what the actual facts are.
And it is hard to do, as you state, I think, in these kind of moments to keep that perspective, especially when you consider Sanguine are the first seed coming in, but there's still a good amount of doubters out there, man. I'm sure that Sanguine are hungry to not only get this win for themselves, but to kind of prove, you know, listen, this wasn't some fluke. We earned everything that we've gotten so far, and Radiance are trying to prove the exact opposite. So with all of this floating around, how do Sanguine stay so calculated? Dharmic Pillars does collect 3. Typhoon hits 3, and suddenly Radiance are in the grasp. But look at Panatom in the backline. Radiance have caught up to him, and Adapting burns him quickly. But Netroid makes him pay for it. Benji has low health bars. So do a lot of members of Radiance, but it keeps being Sanguine that falls. But Shinto finally gets to Aurora, and Radiance are full on the back foot. Netroid used the ultimate just to close the gap, and that does allow him to get the kill onto Benji. It's a 3 for 2 in favor of Sanguine.
I don't know how, again, Sanguine wins this team fight because, again, Panatom is just evaporated in the midst of this fight. But Shinto is just doing so much damage. Yarkor is creating such great space and doing a lot of damage of his own that it's just buying time for Shinto and Netrioid to get rid of the divers and then turn their attention to the front line.
And that means Sanguine will get the Fire Giant. What a turn. The first Fire Giant of the game goes to the Order team. And with the way that the game has gone, that would not have been my expectation. And Netroid, feeling himself, steps up to Cyclone Spin, lands a couple shots, and pushes him back. This is the Sanguine squad that was scary before. A team that understood where they stood in every single game and were always ready to turn on the gas in the late.
Man, it's to complete your analogy and to bring it back to anime, because now it's where my brain space is. it's the guy who's been getting punched, you know, the super fast punches for like 5 minutes. All his boys are like oh my god, he's in trouble, this guy's so strong. And then it's the dark, like, small smile that shows up on the close-up, like, he wasn't trying the whole time! His full power is finally about to be unleashed. That was Sanguine, man. They were taking all these body blows, they were standing in there strong, and then it was, my turn. And then he starts punching back, you know, he's right back in the team fight. And that's been Shinto all game, that's been Netrioid all game. I mean, these guys, despite how much Panatom and Rongyu have been picked, I mean, 9 deaths between those, the jungler and the support, it's still 5-1-5 for the backline of Sanguine, which is very, very hard to do whenever your dive isn't working super well, and your Guardian, your support, the guy who's supposed to save your life, is also dying early in fights.
It is tough, man, but Sanguine have made it work. And isn't it kind of the core of the strategy we talked about earlier, where a lot of the times Panatom and Wrong, you just have to do enough to get Shinto and Netroid to this point of the game. And perhaps they did enough here, despite it looking like all they did was kind of walk into adapting time after time. They've kept this game close. They've grabbed the tier 1, but Radiance have recognized the state of the game as well. Even though Sanguine have the Fire Giant, they are defending on the tier 2. They don't want to give up any more gold and let Sanguine just suddenly get a lead out of nowhere. Radiance are here to defend.
Makes sense. I mean, you still have a lot of tools here if you're Radiance, but now relics are up for basically everyone on Sanguine. Only the Aegis for Netrioid is down.
Sanguine continue to look for pressure. This tier 2 tower is going to fall. Radiance defended, but it's the soft commit I like to talk about. They wanted to eat up time more than actually keep that tier 2 tower standing. It ends up working for a bit. They chew away at some of this Fire Giant time for Sanguine, but Sanguine head right towards the left, start clearing this wave. It could potentially look to try and threaten this tier 2 here again. But still, Radiance only down 3,000 gold. They're certainly in position to defend.
Feel like Aurora has been able to really get some good ultimates off this game, but you can certainly tell the difference between this and the Terra game, right? Where Aurora is making such a huge impact. It's really obvious. The impact here for him on this Khepri has been much more subtle so far, but still been there. I don't think Aurora's had a bad game by any stretch.
I don't think so either. It's like if Aurora's getting the max value out of this Khepri and the max value out of Terra, well, I think the Terra, based on the way Radiance likes to play, might be a little bit higher. Sanguine, still though, slamming their heads into the wall that is this tier 2 tower in left, and Radiance softly defending, but not really all-in committing. Perhaps Benji signals the start of the all-in commit. He moves in on the back of this Rage transformation. Cyclone Spin ults as well. That gets Yarkor into the World Serpent, but Sanguine disengage cleanly. They don't lose too much on it, and they're ready to take another fight if Radiance keep pushing.
Remember, Yarkor doesn't have that FG buff, so that damage he's holding. No regen for him.
Dharmic Pillars forces Radiance to push back. Sanguine are right back into position to put in more damage, and Radiance have to finally back up. But that was the entirety of the Fire Giant buff, was getting the tier 2 in mid and getting the tier 2 in left. This is where these soft defenses can be strong aggro. They basically ate up all of that Fire Giant time.
Yeah, I mean, a 5k lead now for Sanguine is not absolutely nothing, and it gets them to full build basically across the board. It's only Panatom and Rongyu who haven't sold their blessings quite yet, but on the other side, it's full build for the same members that are full build on the other side. I mean, it's still the solo laner, the mid laner, and the ADC who are full build for both teams. This 5k lead should mean that Sanguine just has more money to spend on wards. That's usually what leads like this mean at this stage of the game, but it's oftentimes also efficiency with our warding. Where are we warding, or are we trying to really get out to the left and towards mid? Are we trying to make sure that no one comes around the right side of the Fire Giant? There's enough gold here for Radiance that I don't think they're going to be completely dominated in vision.
Pyromancer goes down. Sanguine now, the team, starting up the Fire Giant. See how the texture of this game has changed off the back of one fight. Radiance must be frustrated. It felt like they were in control all game long, but suddenly it's Radiance who are the ones starting up these engagements, who are playing defensive and trying to force Radiance to step in. Sanguine have to reset, though. It's enhanced Fire Giant now, a lot harder to burn.
It's just pretty tough, and Heimdall DPS on objectives like this is not great. You really want something more than attack speed steroid like Rom to do a little bit more DPS. But Heimdall's very good on objective fights, not because it's DPS, but because he gets more information than anybody else. The one just gives you such priority on information that it's very, very difficult to sneak up on anyone doing Fire Giant that has a Heimdall.
Stop me if you've heard this before, but it's the late game, and Sanguine have made their way over towards the Oni Fury. They love to play around this power spike in the late game, and that's why Radiance are here too. So we could have a very similar fight happening, except over slightly smaller stakes. And look where Yarkor is. Way in the back. He could potentially wrap around, but instead looks to regroup with the rest of Sanguine.
I think Yarkor has had a fantastic game so far, by the way, on this Yorm. He's created so much space, and really, when the jungler is having trouble diving, it makes the solo laner's job very hard because it's easy to just get focused. Yarkor has done a great job of not letting that happen.
Benji and Roran adapting all move in to try and contest the objective. Meanwhile, Yarkor kept everyone else at bay. So adapting is going to get up to the powwow, but Tings won't be in position to follow up. Shinto is patient with the Taiko drums, and adapting ends up getting barrel stuffed. Aurora is trying to run away, but has to use Scarab's Blessing on himself, and Radiance are done. They've washed their hands of it. Sanguine grabbed the Oni Fury. That means now they'll have pressure in all three waves when they look for this next dance around the FG.
So smart by Netrioid, and you're going to see the team play from Sanguine. It's Yarkor who kind of ventures out, gets space, pushes the back line back, and then retreats very quickly back into the community of Sanguine. Everyone's then grouped up. Netrioid uses his Through the Realm ultimate on the Khepri to make sure that whenever or wherever adapting lands, it's going to be easy for Sanguine to all-in him without Scarab's Blessing being a concern.
Sanguine rush right over to start up the FG with these Oni minions starting to pour across the map, but they still don't have a lot of their best ultimates up. They're still waiting on Taiko drums, and still waiting on Netroid's ultimate, and Yarkor is taking a lot of poke. As soon as his ultimate's up, he disengages, but Cyclone Spin cuts down Panatom elsewhere on the map. We've talked constantly about his struggles this game, and when they need him most in the late game, he ends up getting soloed out. Now Sanguine have to try and defend the FG at a numbers disadvantage. Benji steps forward, the silence is damning. Big mantle proc, but Shinto ends up getting the kill. Radiance take the Fire Giant though, and Sanguine now have to decide, do they fight or do they disengage? Well, Radiance won't give them the choice. Wrongyu pulled back in, and Cyclone Spin finds another kill. Now adapting, getting aggressive, looking for Yarkor, up onto the Palo and cutting him down as well. This looked like a great game for Sanguine, but this might be their final collapse.
Might be, but here comes Netrioid around the corner, but it's him who meets the grave. Scarab's Blessing was there just in case, but Big Man brought the damage, and now it's Shinto and Panatom with phase 1 on the line for Sanguine.
They managed to find the 1 seed after all of the doubters, but could Sanguine be going home here and now before they even make it to the finals? Radiance are right outside the Titan room trying to find a way in, but it looks like they're easing up. Sanguine have done enough, at least for now, to slow them down, and Radiance are going to full-on disengage.
Wow, I'm surprised. I mean, it's only those two up. Cyclone has Aegis, Big Man has Aegis. No Taiko drums for Shinto, though maybe no one's willing to make the call that he definitely doesn't have his ultimate. That's a scary call to make, and then have him sound the drums of war at the same time. That's spooky. Panatom had Typhoon. That's a close one, Finch. I don't know, and that's just one that you got to trust your shot caller. I think if your shot caller says, "Hey, we're going for it. We're going for the end," I think it's a reasonable call. But if you mess that up and you get 2v4'd, then you're back to even again. And do you have to try and stretch out another one? Do you have to hope that Panatom will try and 1v1 Cyclone and lose on the backline again, like what happened in the last fight, to open the door for Radiance to win that fight so well? I get it, but man, whoever made that call now has to pop off in these next few fights, man, because if you lose from that position, that's going to haunt you.
it cuts both ways, right? The same person who might have felt bad if you make the call to end and it doesn't work out, it's the person who says to back up, and maybe you end up losing it later who has to bear the same burden. Sanguine now in full defense mode around their tier 2. This game is virtually even, and Yarkor goes in, knocks up 2 members onto the Dharmic Pillar, and it's Cyclone Spin and Tings. They're low in the backline right away. Benji keeps getting pulled back in by Shinto, and Panatom steps up, cuts down Cyclone Spin, adapting, falls to Shinto, and Yarkor is still in the backline. Big man Tings is low, gets the res out from Aurora, but no one's going to proc it. This might be Sanguine's opportunity to start pushing forward.
Big man still in trouble. Blink coming up for Panatom in 4 seconds, and Flicker should be around that same cooldown. Now maybe it's Sanguine's turn to try and end the game.
It certainly could be, but this is the 5v3. It's equally risky, and 2 members have the Fire Giant. Mid Phoenix is going to come down very, very quickly for Sanguine, and now they've got a call to make. Will Sanguine choose to try and push into the Titan without their ultimates? Yarkor is low already. Wrongyu moves in. It looks like the call is to try and snatch away this game, but it's not an all-in commit. Now Shinto moves in aggressively, looking to see if he can find Benji way in the backline, but it cost him his life. Sanguine in a big-time moment. They hesitate and falter, and Radiance are still in it.
Now it's going to be Wrongyu in trouble. Big man and Benji on the chase. I think Wrongyu's out here, but that's the call you have to make if you're Sanguine. I like Radiance's chances to end far more than I would have liked Sanguine's right there.
Yeah.
No wave coming in for Sanguine. Not a whole lot of health bars. No ultimates up. No surprise to me that one goes sideways.
Sanguine make it out of there paying probably the minimum in a world where you choose to kind of try and end that game. They lose Shinto, but they've got everyone else up, and they can definitely still play defense. But look at Radiance stepping on the gas, moving up to grab this tier 2 tower. Cyclone Spin is taking care of the Primal Fury as well. This has been such a hectic last few minutes, and there's so much in the balance, a ton of points that are the difference between going home in the semifinals and making it at least to the finals. A lot on the line for these teams, a lot to calculate in these tiny little moments where they have to make all these big decisions. But that's how you end up being called the best, man. You continually make these decisions correctly, and right now both these teams still have a shot.
Man, That fight was so good for Sanguine because I think it really just caught Radiance off guard. I don't think they expected Sanguine to all-in commit right there. And Yarkor just finds a beautiful 2-man knockup. He kind of weaves his way Matrix style through Cyclone Spin's auto attacks on the tower and knocks up both Big Man and Cyclone into Shinto's damage, I think, that was coming through at the exact same time. Maybe it was Wronggyu's Dharmic Pillars that did that much burst damage, but either way, it was Yarkor who found another beautiful initiation straight into insane damage, and Aurora couldn't turn around and find that Scarab's Blessing onto Cyclone fast enough whenever he came down from that ultimate. That was a great fight for Sanguine. They've got to find a way to somehow replicate it here.
Right, but how do you find that recipe again? It cannot be easy, as Sanguine now grouping up around the Fire Giant. They've got all the aggressive positioning, and I wonder what's emboldening them so. Aurora's still a few seconds from Shell, a few seconds from Tings, from Aegis, but still, those will be up relatively quickly. So Radiance, as soon as they are, should be able to step right back into this fight. But Yarkor and a couple of the guys are pushing the minion wave over in right.
A little bit spooky for Aurora to dash in, but look at this, adapting fights Panatom.
And gets the better of the trade. Cyclone Spin ults as well, and suddenly Panatom dies with Blink Beads and the ultimate up. They got 0 value out of him in this team fight, but what can Sanguine do? They full-on retreat, and Radiance can't all-in engage. Adapting did pay some HP to make it happen, and they have to defend their Titan. So it's still, even though Panatom gets picked again, it's not the end for Sanguine.
Not yet, but that's not a good way to win your late-game fights. Panatom, I think, struggled in those Assassin 1v1s earlier on in this year. I think back to the first matchup between Sanguine and Ghost, where Sam really, really handled Panatom effectively in the Assassin 1v1s in the late game, and that kind of was the difference maker for Ghost. Adapting's doing the same thing to him here. The veteran junglers are making him pay.
5v4 for Radiance at the Fire Giant. 41 minutes on the clock and the Fire Giant down below 3,000. Radiance able to secure it, and the Dharmic Pillars is already down without finding the steal. But Radiance are not all in on this chase. Sanguine should be able to disengage and defend as Radiance step up off the gas. Instead, they head back to base for a full reset.
Smart, a little bit conservative, but still smart here from Radiance, because look at this massive wave coming on the left-hand side. You still have a fire wave in mid. You don't want to open up yourself to a backdoor or anything like that. And Sanguine's shown to be a pretty creative team in the past, so you don't want to give them that opportunity. So now you're able to just fully reset. Pretty long time for Oni Fury to come up. I don't think that if you're Radiance, you want to wait around for that necessarily. I think that you have to start pushing before that Oni Fury comes up. Maybe you could do something like tier 2 left into Oni Fury into back to a Phoenix, but that's kind of difficult, I think.
Might not be the play, as Radiance are all grouping up in right, but look at Sanguine. They're all grouping up in left. Not gonna look for anything cheeky though. Already we can see Shinto and Yarkor backing. It's really just Panatom that's still going, but he will back as well. So Sanguine should be here in time to defend this right side Phoenix, and Radiance won't get it for free. But Sanguine have been on defense for so much of this game, it's felt like, do they really still have more defense left in the tank as Radiance group up for another siege?
I am a bit concerned here, though, Finch, for Radiance, because they do not do a good job of pushing their side waves at all. This is the only Phoenix that they can pressure even a little bit. And you really wanted to be able to 4-1 split here with Adapting having crushed Panatom in every 1v1 all set. Why wouldn't you want that 4-1 split to happen? And there's no reason to not walk down the mid lane with a couple people and clear that out as you're clearing right. I don't know. That's odd.
I think that's a great point that you make. Perhaps Radiance were just thinking they wanted to pressure this right Phoenix as soon as possible, and now that they're here, they can't exactly pull out and re-push those waves, so they're just going to try to make it work, is the best read I can make, as Radiance are right on the threshold, but Sanguine doing a good job of not overcommitting. They're clearing the waves from safety, and they're not giving anything to Radiance for free.
Sanguine has pretty good wave clear, though. I mean, you've got the Heimdall wave clear is pretty solid. You got to do something like this, go in with before the wave.
Benji is the initiation first as he moves in. He wants to try and make some use of this Rage transformation, but Sanguine haven't given up any HP, and Aurora's given up a lot. He's down to half already. Adapting, looking for the 1v1 up against Panatom. He wins it yet again with a little bit of help from Cyclone Spin and the snipes this time, but the right side Phoenix still standing, and Adapting too low. Thunder Crash from Shinto catches him, and they make it 1-for-1 jungle for jungle.
Imagine how much easier that is if you've got the wave in mid to tank up that Phoenix for you. I think that's a big mistake.
I think so too. Dharmic Pillars comes out from Wrong U, not enough to catch Radiance as they fall back. A minion wave in right, Yarkor will handle it, but Radiance don't get really anything out of that Fire Giant. This Oni Fury is a big deal though, this late into the game. If Sanguine want to defend this next Fire Giant, they will have to contend with these Oni Furies, but maybe the timing's not there, aggro. I mean, maybe they can deal with them before the Fire Giant's up. It's hard to say exactly.
Yeah, this tier 2 tower is going to go down because it's easily backdoorable with the enhanced Fire Giant stripping away these backdoor protections. But the minion waves are actually at Radiance's Phoenix in the left-hand side, so they have not been able to manage this. This is going to eat up a lot of your Oni wave on the left-hand side, is dealing with all these waves that are coming in. In fact, your Phoenix is going to get pretty low from that wave, and your Oni wave is not going to be particularly strong. So yeah, I just think wave management was not optimal here for Radiance, and made their job a lot harder than it needed to be. And now your Fire Giant's gone that you worked so hard to get. Now you need to worry about pushing up waves. That's going to give up vision priority to Sanguine around this objective. They're going to be able to put a whole lot of wards down and make it harder for you to walk in.
And I think that wave management is a subset of whoever is making these late game calls, because if the call is that they're looking for a long siege, they're going to be on Phoenix line the whole Fire Giant, then why wouldn't you want to push these waves back up? It's the same thing with the hesitancy around inting around the Titan earlier on. Still, Radiant are in a good spot to try and close this game out, but they're all grouping up in left. Is this perhaps a plan to try and catch someone all alone from Sanguine and get a pick?
Yeah.
Either way, it doesn't work. No one there, and they just head back towards FG.
And that's not gonna. That plan just doesn't work against Heimdall, because if you walk over any ward, he sees you for an additional 3 seconds after you leave ward vision. That's a lot of information that he gets pretty freely.
Well, Radiance have now regrouped around this Fire Giant. And I don't know if they recognize just how much of an advantage they have. Full disengage, though, from Sanguine. They do not want to be in this fight any longer. And getting Yarkor's ultimate out is huge here for Radiance. In fact, Sanguine aren't going to contest this Fire Giant at all.
Yeah, that's just an overextension by the front line there from Sanguine. Out of position, clearing a wave. They get caught out. Yarkor takes too much damage, has to ult, and that ends any hope of contesting on that Fire Giant, which is very difficult to give up in a moment like that. Now, I don't think that Radiance will make the same mistake twice. I think that they will end up pushing waves and be ready for a 4-1 split, because it's, again, adapting wins it, because it's not even a true 1v1 for the Assassin in Panatom's defense. It's Cyclone using
Cyclone
his
helps.
ultimate from a long range, and that's not peelable. You have to hold that. You don't have Aegis, you're an Assassin. So you're at a pretty bad spot on that push. So it's difficult for him for sure. I'm not saying that it's easy for him, but when that's been a clear strength for Radiance so far, I think you need to leverage that a bit better.
They certainly have not made it easier on Panatom by allowing 4 games in a row of this dodgy for adapting that he is so clearly comfortable on at this point, that the Radiance team is clearly comfortable playing around as well. I mean, I would think that you'd at least want to shake it up a bit. They did make the adjustments. They banned the Terra, the Amaterasu, and it's gotten them to 48 minutes where it wouldn't have before, but still feels like maybe life's a bit harder than it had to be.
Agreed. I just think that something like the Raven is a lot easier to handle a lot of times, just based on what we've seen. And it was what, Raven Hunbats, the 2 mid bans instead of the Dodgy. I don't know. Clearly, Sanguine felt like they could punish this Dodgy a little bit better than they have.
Well, it will be a 3-2 split for now. Benji and Adapting are in mid. Aurora, Cyclone Spin, and Tings are in right. Panatom is in mid. Shinto and Ronghu are hovering in between. But still, the clear is too strong. Radiance have not been able to force their way in yet. They got another 2 minutes to work with, though, on the Fire Giant, so plenty of time. And Benji just transformed, so this is the perfect moment. He blinks right onto Shinto, but Shinto is cool as ice. Does not overreact, and they push Benji back out. Now Adapting steps in, but Panatom has backup in the form of Shinto here this time, and Adapting does not have the damage. Benji does survive, though, thanks to getting the res, and Cyclone Spin snipes out Panatom, but Shinto kills Adapting. Tings should be able to win this battle, and they shut down Shinto. Just 3 members of Sanguine left to try and defend.
And look at Yarkor and Netrioid. They kind of wake up like, oh, we weren't even on right side Phoenix anymore? We were still defending, fellas. What happened?
Oh, big shot from Netroid. He finds the crit in the Cyclone Spin and does bring him down low. Good use of the beads there from Benji. He does not get caught by the ultimate from Netroid, but you can see how difficult, even in the 3v2, sieging is here for Radiance. And I don't think we've talked enough about how hard Jormungandr can make it with all these pools around the edge of that Phoenix line.
It's so annoying. They slow, they do a lot of damage. It's tough, man. It really is. And now Dharmic Pillars, right? When you feel like this is an easy mid-Phoenix, come right back. Now, it should be pretty easy still. There's 2 autos for Cyclone, basically, to knock this down. Finally, Radiance has broken the space once again. But this right side Phoenix attempt is going to be sketchy. Only 15 seconds until Panatom's up. 20 for Shinto.
Should have some good ultimates back up, and Benji's close to the Rage transformation, but Netroid is swinging in the late game. There's not much pressure on him. Good news is, though, for Radiance, they've already gotten the right side Phoenix. The base now cracked wide open between the mid and right, and Radiance are out of there. And we have been critical of Radiance's slow play up until now, but the thing is, as long as they still get the win by playing it patiently, I don't know how fair it would be to call it a misplay by playing a little bit safer. And right now, things are trending up for Radiance.
Sure, a win is a win is a win. You know, it doesn't matter how you come by it. You know, when Radiance beat Renegades when they were down like 40,000 gold at 5 minutes, it actually wasn't that bad, but it felt like it in a game where Renegades was stomping, and Radiance ends up coming back to win. Still got a dub in the column. Doesn't matter that they were losing for 98% of that game, but mean, we're talking about becoming the best team in the league right now. I mean, you're going to be crowned the best team in the league if you win the playoffs. So I think that expecting optimal play is, and really requiring it, is what we're going to need to see from any team that's going to go on to win playoffs.
Certainly a fair point, as Sanguine are taking a fight outside of their Phoenixes at this point. The game is relatively even, I suppose, and were Radiance prepared for this? Aurora uses the ultimate on himself. Benji stuck in the Dharmic Pillars. Adapting does head to the back line to try and look for Shinto, but Shinto is out of there. Adapting gets the least value out of his ultimate that he's gotten all game, and Shinto gets the kill, but Cyclone Spin does shut down Yar Core, so that slows things down for a bit. He even gets the kill on the Netroid.
What?
Cyclone Spin single-handedly saving the game, but rolling in was a miscalculation. Shinto gets another kill, and suddenly it's just BMT and Aurora left. But look at the minions pouring into the Titan. Sanguine can't afford to stick around. Panatom will back to defend, but why take the fight at all?
Because there was no Fire Giant anymore for Radiance, and they knew, Sanguine, that if they just wait until the Titan, it's time to come knocking on the Titan, the Radiance is super favored. So instead they catch Radiance off guard. Aurora thinks Wrong used a little bit too far out of position without the rest of his boys there. The boys come to assist, and it ends up nearly working, but Cyclone, we were inches away from pentakill territory right there. Like,
yes.
One auto away from pentakill territory for Cyclone. And he's the best to ever do it in terms of pentakills. He's gotten the most.
True.
So you know that he's got it in him, man. That was... He really did just go, nah, I kind of feel like winning here. I think I'm going to try. And nearly did it, man. That was close.
Big Man Tings has started the back a couple times, but not doing it. It's because there's a minion wave on the Phoenix, but good communication from Benji, letting him know that he can get there in time to defend. Looks like it might not have ended up falling anyway, but still better safe than sorry that Benji was there to take care of it. So now that we're this far into the late game, approaching 53 minutes, I mean, it's tied by every single metric, right? I mean, except for the fact that all these Phoenixes are down and that Sanguine have to worry about these fire minions. But that timer is starting to run out. Mid-Phoenix should be back up any second. The right side Phoenix is right behind it, and then Sanguine can be out to defend on the Fire Giant.
Yeah, Sanguine is still playing up right now, and I think that's the right idea, because look at how well they've pushed these minion waves. I mean, the fire minions in mid are really far away. I think they only get one more wave in mid that they have to worry about. It should respawn right about now. And the next fire wave is it. So you're looking pretty good. Actually, that's the last one in mid that's just met in the middle. Once you clear that, your mid Phoenix is A-okay.
That's right. It spawned up right after, I think, the Phoenix respawned. That will have been the last of those Fire Giant minions coming in, or that wave isn't even. So yeah, this should be pretty comfortable for Sanguine if they can clear out these next few waves. At least in terms of their Phoenixes, the fight obviously still hard as Aurora finds the Abduct. Wrong takes some damage, but Benji takes plenty too. Adapting makes his way into the fight, looks for Panatom over in left, and does successfully bully him out. But Shinto Thunder crashes in to look for the interrupt. That forces out the bead. Cyclone Spin takes care of Panatom with a well-placed snipe, but Adapting is stuck in the middle of the Dharmic Pillars. But Wrong keeps him silenced just long enough. He's able to make it back out of there, but boy, was it close. But Big Man Tings gets the kill on the Shinto. Somehow Netroid's still alive, but this has to be it. Radiance finding 3-0 should be able to put this game to bed, especially with Netroid dropping. It was a valiant effort from Sanguine the entirety of this phase, but Radiance would not be denied.
Man, the first seed goes down in the semifinals, and this, Finch, was the matchup they wanted, and Radiance certainly happy to oblige them with the victory. Man, was it tough for them, though. And Sanguine, I think, made a lot of really, really good plays, and it's impossible. I know that Panatom had a really rough set. I know that Twitch chat and the Reddit posts afterwards are going to be, Panatom, it's all his fault. It's never one player's fault in a competitive Smite game. It's literally never one player's fault. But certainly that was a big weakness here for Sanguine, is that Adapting just came to play and was ready for the moment a little bit more than Panatom was.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think you have to ask yourself, can you really feel comfortable losing when you've allowed Adapting to play the same pick that's been dominating you in all 4 games? It's hard to feel pretty good about that. When Cyclone Spin gets to play ROM this often too, There's tons of areas where Sanguine could have done more, but still an impressive whole phase for them. Remember, this is their first time in the SPL at all. They got the first seed and made it all the way to the semis here in this playoff. So impressive, but it is Radiance that will continue to move on. And it's Gormizer who's going to take care of things on the desk.
That was where things started to fall apart. That core heroine is what you had mentioned. That was the fact that they come through, you ban the Terry, you ban the Ama coming into that, and then all of a sudden it doesn't matter anymore because Adapting decides this is the day, this is the game where he should shine the brightest of them all and starts to show up here. I mean, this Dodgy was working so well for them. The same thing I think can be said coming in for that ROM. I mean, how do you deal with that? I guess Sanguine were able to push it off for, what, a few minutes, but it didn't end up working out for them.
Yeah, no, I think taking away the core was, I mean, you could see that for Radiance, it was a bit tougher to, like, get things rolling. They didn't have, like, the best engage ever. They had to play into these Ganesh silences. It was mostly just Benji trying to open up space for their team comp. I think that's why the game took a long time. But they definitely did prove that they can play something else. I think a lot of that is kind of on Sanguine as well. You know, I wasn't really sure what either the team comps were exactly supposed to be doing those team fights, but ultimately Radiance just looked like way more comfortable in the team fights with the picks that they had.
It's hard not to be comfortable at that point, right? I mean, you've played the same picks, 4 games in a row, 3 games for some of them, but I mean, for the most part, you've gotten the same picks over and over again. I want to know, you know, like in a 50-minute game, I feel like you're already kind of tired by the time you get to the end of the SMITE match. But in a best of 5, you're 4 games in, do you think that was starting to wear on Radiance? Like, even trying to get to the base, it felt like there was always a chance for Sanguine to just win that next fight and take it away.
Yeah, you could definitely see the fatigue, I think, in both teams to some degree. You could see kind of some laziness in some of the fights around the FG pit where everyone was all on different pages and there was just a lot of things going on. I think if it was the first game of the set, you would have seen people probably playing a bit together more. That probably is why the game lasted so long as well. I feel like it's pretty commonplace for this sort of thing to happen as well as teams get fatigued.
It came through once again. I mean, 6-1 and 6 is the slash line here, about 48 minutes. So what, about 6 minutes there before the game ends for Cyclone. And again, it just screams comfort to me when it comes down to the fact that he got to play that pick quite a few times. A lot of it, like early on, and when I say early on in this game, guys, it feels weird to say it, but it feels like 23 minutes in, maybe. You see Netrioid kind of clapping back in a couple of these engagements. A long time of Shinto maybe pushing back. And I mean, Shinto goes 10-4 and 3. As a mid laner, he did pretty much everything he could there. But Panatom, unfortunately, 1 and 10, 2 and 6 for Yarkor, 0 and 6 there for Rongyu. It just felt like the priority, you know, maybe Shinto kind of got away with it because he wasn't being focused as much. Because even though, I mean, even with 41,000 damage, he just didn't have enough on his own.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it's just not something that can happen at this level. You can't have a game like Panatom had, unfortunately, this last game. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's still a fantastic player. I mean, as a team especially, they just played such a fantastic split, way better than a lot of people expected. They really proved that they have a right to be here. They have a right to play against the best teams. And honestly, if it were a different day, they could have easily ended up on top in this set as well. And you can see that quite clearly. Unfortunately, Panatom, I think he kind of got exposed a little bit for his god pull here, got forced on something that was less than ideal, and also didn't perform the best, which did, I think, in a big way cost them in this set. But like Aggro said, it is a team effort. It's not all just because he went 1 and 10 doesn't mean it's all on him. There's a lot of things that happen in a professional level game, but that's just how it rolls sometimes.
Well, it's that weird conversation coming into this week. One thing everyone was sure of was that Knights and Ghost were going to win, and they were right about one of those. Ghost Gaming, still has to play a semifinal today, but Radiance able to take that first one over the Knights kind of caught people off guard. They thought Knights were moving forward. But now to upset your first seed in Sanguine, who chose them as an opponent, by the way. That's, I think, what's even crazier about this set. This was Sanguine's choice for this one. They're now going to be moving there to the finals, waiting to see who their opponent will be, as Space Station and Ghost still have to go up against each other here. And that's, I think, maybe one of the most insane circumstances to be found in now, is looking at the fact that, I mean, SSG and Ghost, I don't know if I want to go up against either of those teams, especially with the way they've been performing lately. And I mean, you can say this, especially since you've had to play them in the last few weeks. How do you prepare, I guess, if you're Radiance, you're going into tomorrow, other than watching this next set, how do you mentally prepare to take on teams of that caliber?
I mean, honestly, I think like if it's not done already, it's probably not gonna be done. And from my understanding of what it looks like it has been done. You know, I just assume just playing over an entire phase, playing the tournament so far, you're kind of there, you know, like mentality wise. And if you're not, it's pretty obvious, pretty fast.
Well, it's been impressive, I think, to see them come in so far the way it has. Again, Radiance taking that one 3-1, although maybe misleading as a 3-1 because some of those games were pretty lengthy. I think all 30+, one 40+, and one 50+ minute game in there. So now it's up to SSG Ghost to determine who's going to be going forward. But hey, remember, we still have not only that other set, but we still have our Twitter going on right now. If you want to tag us at SMITE Pro with hashtag SPL, you can go ahead and get yourself featured, as is, well, Katie, my wife, who took a picture of me at some point during this last set while we were going. I'm going to assume, because I can see my second monitor, that it is during picks and bans at some point. But that's what it looks like behind the scenes. Me chilling in my chair. But if you want to, tweet at SMITE Pro with hashtag SBL, and you can get featured on here as well. And Herwind, I mean, that was a great first set. It was fun having you on here for a little bit to get your insight. I mean, are you excited to continue seeing what's going on?
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, honestly, after that set, I'm really excited to see the rest of the tournament.
Yeah.
I think that set proved that, you know, even with everything going on right now, that there's a lot of good entertainment out there, and why not watch SMITE?
Yeah, man. Well, it's been exciting days so far, but again, that's not it. In just a second, we're going to come back. Space Station Gaming going up against Ghost Gaming. Grab your drinks, grab your snacks, get ready, and get comfortable. We'll be right back.